Uh-oh, peanut butter pretzels.
All right, everybody, I think we are ready to get going. Good evening, everyone. It is Tuesday, December 7th, 2021, and we are here for the monthly business meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. We have a number of opportunities for public input tonight. There will be an opportunity on the consent agenda. There will be an opportunity on old and new business. There will be separate opportunities on each of the 5 planning and zoning items, and then there will be an opportunity at the conclusion of the evening for any item not on tonight's agenda. But as we begin, I would like to ask the clerk if she can call roll for us.
Davenport, Parker,
Here.
Link,
Here.
Wright, Denson,
Here.
Poole,
Present.
Edwards,
Here.
Myers,
Here.
Thornton,
Here.
Handy.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. First order of business is approval of the minutes of meetings of Tuesday, November 2nd and Tuesday, November 16th. Do I hear a motion for such approval?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Denson. I have a second from Commissioner Edwards. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, minutes are approved. Madam Clerk, are there any written communications this evening?
For entry into the record, we have notice of acceptance of an extension of Jennings Mill Parkway.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Madam Clerk. All right, once again, first public input is on the consent agenda, and the consent agenda are items 1 through 19. Is there any resident who would like to speak to item 1 through 19? If you would like to speak to item 1 through 19, you may now approach the podium for your 3 minutes of opportunity. 1 through 19. All right, 1 through 19. All right, would any commissioner like to remove an item from consent? Commissioner Hamby?
Yeah, just real quick, Mayor, if you'll let me, is number 13, the Bishop Park improvements, and I was just going to make.
Thank you.
I was just going to make a comment that I hope we look into the user group recommendations, and we received an email today, so as this moves forward. Hey,
Okay, but it's okay to remain that on consent?
It sure is.
Perfect, all right. I'd entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
3 ordinances, go ahead and read
Mayor?
those if you,
I'd like to remove item number 3.
number
For a
3.
quick question, yeah, thank you.
All right, all right.
There's 2
So,
ordinances in. The first ordinance relates to item number 1, the infrastructure bank, an ordinance to amend the FY 2022 operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the State Road and Tollway Authority Georgia Transportation Infrastructure Bank grant for expenses related to the Tallahassee Road Bridge Replacement Project. The second ordinance relates to agenda item number 2, the landfill compactor, an ordinance to amend the FY 2022 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding for the solid waste department for the purchase of a landfill compactor and for other purposes.
thank you, Attorney Drake. All right, so motion for approval of
Mr.
1.
Mayor, excuse me. I had a question on 13 as well about the Bishop Park. Sorry
All
about
right.
that.
So we're going to remove 3 and 13 for discussion.
Thank you.
So entertaining a motion for 1, 2, 4 through 12, and 14 through 19.
I move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion for approval of those consent agenda items. Motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Hool. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Going to move on to those 2 items. So item number 3, go right ahead, Commissioner Parker.
I just had a question, in the, excuse me, in the facts and issues, I believe, in item number 8, it said that the Leisure Services staff made a decision to complete the playscape prior to working on the restroom due to access concerns and impacts to its visitors. I know that members of our community that were concerned about access for folks with disabilities was a question around this site as a whole. And so I wanted to know if the manager could speak to what those conversations yielded in terms of considerations for the restroom facilities as well, and how those considerations were then implemented or incorporated in the final design?
Yes, the bathroom, once renovated, will be fully accessible for disabled.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I'm really glad that we're starting to take some of those things into more serious consideration moving forward, and I'm happy to make a motion that we approve.
All right, motion for approval of item 3. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, and Attorney Drake is going to read the ordinance for us.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2022 operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide donation funding from the Sandy Creek Nature Center Incorporated through the Riverview Foundation grant for expenses related to the restroom rehabilitation at the Sandy Creek Nature Center and for other purposes.
All right, thanks, Attorney Drake. All right, we had a motion from Commissioner Parker, a second from Commissioner Hool. Any further input on this item? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, and on item 13, Commissioner Edwards had a
Thank
question.
you, Mr. Mayor. I saw this concept, of course, early on when we were at the agenda setting, and I had since heard from some residents about not so excited about a small splash pad at this location and maybe thinking about ways we can use the pool better. But I just wanted to clarify, this is a concept. This is not a final design, correct, Manager Williams? There's still going to be changes, revisions made as we work with the user group. Is that correct, sir? Or-
Well, yes, but you would be approving the concept and authorizing to advance the project to schematic design, which is more detailed plans. And so, I think you'd want to signal early on if you want to do something other than that, because they'll start to draw out the placement of certain elements of the concept and design around that. So you wouldn't want to come back at schematic design and wholesale eliminate things at that point.
Okay. Well, with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm skeptical that a small splash pad is going to be appropriate for this park. I think from what I've heard among residents and the survey results, and I know that staff had some tentativeness around a small splash pad. I'd like to hear maybe from my two colleagues over there about that.
I am
Commissioner Ray?
thoroughly in support of a splash pad at all our parks. This is a facility that is accessible to folks of all swimming levels. And there's there's no danger of drowning in these facilities. I think it's very accessible to toddlers, parents with toddlers. I can tell you, I spend a lot of time in Chattanooga. My sister, niece, family lives up there, and they have a splash pad at their, it's not even a splash pad, it's a fountain. And it brings the community together like nothing else. And it's an open, accessible water feature that's not even like fenced in. And in the winter, when it's not even a water feature, it's a climbable apparatus that tons of kids and families, I climbed up on it. So eliminating that splash pad, I think, would be a huge detriment to this park and to the facility. I'm most excited about the idea of a splash pad in this project.
Commissioner Denson, Commissioner Hamby.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify what we're doing today, which is awarding the project design, the project concept design. There's a attachment number 1, which shows the actual project statement and how staff is moving forward with this design, in which it has 3 tiers: the must-haves, the highly wanted, and then the nice-to-haves. Obviously, the ones that are least likely, the lowest priority. So a splash pad is now listed as a nice-to-have and the lowest priority, while the must-haves are focusing on pool replacement, expanding pool usage for competition swims, recreational swims, aquatic programs, making the pool and the guardhouse ADA compliant, and improving facility lighting, and possibly creating a future facility where it can be used in extended seasons. So I hear the concerns, but my understanding of this and the way they're moving forward is that expanding the use of the pool and maximizing the use of the pool is the one thing that is being prioritized, and the splash pad would be something that would be great if they can have it and add it onto it. But so I'm supportive of this there. I also do think a splash pad will be very helpful, and I am confident that staff will be able to pull off having the splash pad along with expanding the use of the pool.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Hamlin?
I don't think I have much more to add than what Commissioner Denson said. I think, focusing on those must-haves as a priority, and that's the email I was referencing to from a member of the user group, just making sure we focus on those must-haves first. And then if it works out, it works out. But certainly, we've heard over the year, and a couple of years, about the repairs that are needed to the Bishop Park pool. And so that as a priority, I think, will play out. And then if we have some funds left over, then we can go from there. Thank you.
I'll move to put this back on. I'm fine. I'm fine now.
Any further input, Commissioner
I
Link,
mean,
before
I
we
just want to
vote?
remind everyone that a splash pad brings an element of equity to a water facility. Lower income and particularly folks of color tend not to have access to swimming lessons. Children are unable to enjoy pools at an early age because they don't have that access. A splash pad enables these folks to have access to some kind of means of cooling off in the summer.
All right, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Denson, second from Commissioner Hamby. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 13 has seen approval. All right, we are moving on now to old and new business. So old and new business items are 20 through 39. Old and new business items are 20 through 39. So if folks would like to speak to those, if they would line up in a distanced manner with their masks on. Folks would like to speak to 20 through 39, if they'd line up in a distanced manner with their masks on, we'd appreciate that. And just remind everybody that every individual has 3 minutes. If you would just line up right at the podium, that's right. I appreciate it. Line up, that's right. Single file, distance, mask on. And when you are looking at the light in front of the clerk, the light will turn green when your 3 minutes is beginning, will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and red when your time is at its conclusion. You'll just hand your card to the attorney who's right in front of the podium. He'll be able to keep order of public input. So, good evening.
Thank you, here's that. I have some things to enter into the record.
You can
I was
hand those to
told
the
by
attorney as well.
clerk. Thank you.
Attorney
There you
Drake.
go. I brought some for everybody. Just tell me when.
Attorney, you can just distribute those this evening. You can begin.
Thank y'all. My name is Bryn Adamson. My address is 485 Southview Drive. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I've been involved with Town and Gown Players since 1993 as an actor, director, board member, donor, and volunteer. I count it among my most beloved and favorite spaces, and our theater community reaches beyond years and borders of Clarke County to join us as family united in our endeavor to come together and create the art that is community theater in Athens, Georgia. In the fall of 2022, just after this policy goes into effect, we will begin our 70th season, and I fear this policy will be the beginning of our end. Our building situation is unique. We are not an organization that sought out a building to rent from Athens-Clarke County, but rather had one built for us and donated over 50 years ago. We pay our own way in that space to do what we do, relying on the volunteer time and talents of our members and the funds of our season ticket holders and donors to staff and fund our shows. This new lease policy would completely change the way we operate, forced raised ticket pricing, force the need for further donations, only to result in our rent being raised higher for our efforts when our bottom line reflects what we just added. It will never end. This new policy not only places undue burden on our organization, but does nothing to actually improve equity or recoup the thousands of monthly dollars ACC paid in utilities for other nonprofits over the years. The time to administer and rummage through our tax returns to decide what we owe in rent seems an added burden to central services. As the chair of our lease committee, I completed the community benefits agreement application and answered the questions from the application as though completing an essay final for a class where I had to create my own questions. So vague was the proposed structure offered to us, and there was no standard given by which they would be accepted or denied.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Hold the time. They can't talk in that hallway. That's disrespectful for these folks up here. Mr. Officer. Thank you.
Ms.
Thank
Anderson, you have the full
Thank
balance of
you,
your time.
Russell. I'll start my little paragraph over. As the chair of our lease committee, I completed the community benefits agreement application and answered the questions from the application as though completing an essay final for a class where I had to create my own questions. So vague was the proposed structure offered to us, and there was no standard given by which they would be accepted or denied, and no explanation or feedback about who would be doing the judging or grading of what we did offer. No two nonprofits are alike. And nothing about the application related to art or culture, something Athens sort of touts as one of our city's great attributes. It's not addressed in any way. Everything about the creation of this policy feels random and without any stated motive other than to generate funds from the organizations that aren't created to be money makers. We are here to serve our community. Town and Gown was created to make volunteer community theater, and we do that well. Please let us keep doing this for another 70 years. We're having auditions right now for the next show. Keep our rent at the $1 a year that was agreed to when our building was given. Thank you all so much for the time that you give to make Athens be a better place. We feel very strongly that this new policy is not one of those things. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. Good evening.
Hi there. My name is Christine Carpenter. I live at 250 Ansley Drive, Athens. And I'm the current treasurer of Town and Gown. I came in during the pandemic, and that was terrifying because we're a community theater and we weren't putting on any shows. However, I was relieved to know that we did have a small amount of savings. They do not cover our annual budget. So if we were to absolutely clear out all of our savings, it would not even meet the obligations of a year. However, we do have savings because we've worked very hard to budget and prepare for each coming year. And part of our preparations are taking into account what this community wants to stay. In the past 4 months, we've given voice to a community of people who live here in Athens who do not feel they have been represented at UGA. We've also given a production of a show that's won an Tony Award for representing what it's like to be a family with a neurodivergent child who hasn't been supported by their society and all the pressures that can happen to those families, because as a theater, we serve as an X-ray for our community to show you what's going on its insides. I spoke an hour ago to the daughter of the people who built and gave this building to our theater. And she said that it would have been their fondest wish, and has claimed that she would be recorded and saying that it would be their fondest wish for us to go on with the agreement that we currently have, as long as the theater continuously performed and served this community. And though I believe Town and Gown has not always met the demands of this community, as recently as the past 2 or 3 years, and that we don't always meet the needs of local performers and artists and giving them the right avenues, we constantly try to change what we're doing to meet those needs in this community. And so I ask you to give us the chance going forward to meet that challenge, and to not put us in a position that I can tell you as the treasurer we would be in of possibly shuttering if this policy goes through. Thank you.
Thank you for coming this evening. Good evening.
Hi. I'm not sure if I'm commenting at the right time. I'm trying to comment on the drug task force vote.
Yes, that's old business number 20.
Okay, so I can go ahead now. All right. I'll keep it short.
Just give us your name and speak to the item.
Matthew Woodruff. I'm sorry, what was the other thing you wanted?
Speak to the item.
Basically, I just want to say, I know that a lot of publications in Athens may not hold you accountable for your vote on this. Flagpole probably won't. Journal Herald won't. But I will. I have a platform with 22,000 locals. Every single time a gang member kills another person in this city, I will publish your name with your vote and remind people the way you voted on this. I hope that you vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Sandra Metz, East Side. I want to begin this conversation with the fact that I've been a child advocate my entire career. So that's my voice I'm speaking from as a child for children. It's my understanding that the end goal is to employ more social workers to address the crime and drug activity occurring in Athens-Clarke County. Even your own Chief Spruill published an article today concerning that. If you want to see how this is going to turn out for the citizens of Athens-Clarke County, go to one of our schools. The social workers are the individuals who are involved when a child is a victim of abuse, drug involvement, or criminal activity. Since Ms. Parker wants to point out the Black community, the Clarke County student population is 48% Black, according to Superintendent Thomas. Do you realize that social workers lack the ability to even protect the students from their own parents? I'm not talking strangers on the streets committing crimes, which is a whole nother level of crime. I'm talking their own parents, their own family members. Yes, children are beaten by their parents until they are Black and blue. The child has to stay in the home with a parent because there are not enough foster homes. Do you know what it's like to have a child cling to you to beg you not to send them home with their parent because they know they're going to beat them that night? Or lock them in their room without food? If there is a home for the child to go, the child has to leave the home with very few possessions, whatever that parent allows, sometimes nothing. The perpetrator gets to stay in the home without any consequence. Nothing changes for them. The social workers are called in when the children are sexually abused. So all a social worker can do is remove the child. The child is placed in another home if one is available. What will the abuser do next? Go find another victim, because there's nothing a social worker can do to stop the abuser. What if the parents are doing drugs? The parents are meth heads nowadays. The child is removed from the home, and the parent gets to stay at home and do their drugs. It seems Ms. Parker thinks having more social workers will reduce crime and drug use by working with adults who have been victims of society. I believe the thought process is incorrect. Her solution will create more victims. Our victims are our children. Those are the ones we should be worried about, the next generation. I believe it will enable these adults to continue victimizing innocent children and other adults, thus creating more victims, thus increasing crime, physical and sexual abuse, and drug use. There has to be consequences before poor behavior. Wasn't it President Obama and Vice President Biden that instituted the three-strike rule?
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Metz, we appreciate you coming down. Thank you. Good evening. Just let us know your name and the item you're speaking to.
Nathan Altman, item 22. Thank you for your time, Mayor and Commission, this evening. That's a hard act to follow. I'm the current president of the Town and Gown Board Players, and I just wanted to share my story of Town and Gown. Over 20 years ago is when I came to Town and Gown as a young queerling in the community, and I was welcomed with open arms. About a year later, I came out to my family and was kicked out of my house. I lived in my car for 2 years. It was within the 2 weeks, I'm sorry, not 2 weeks. It was within the Town and Gown community that I found a place to shower during those 2 weeks. I eventually found one of the members to let me rent a room in their house for whatever I could pay. To say that this community has been life-changing, I'll go as far as say it's been life-saving for me. And in the past 20 years I've been a part, I have witnessed others in marginalized communities being welcomed and celebrated within the town and gown space. I wanted to be here because I do believe that the proposed lease changes will be detrimental to our organization. The amount of $5,000, while it doesn't seem much, is actually the entirety of one of our show budgets, which we put on 6 a year. So having to cut back on the amount of shows we do, increasing ticket prices, which though some say that's a menial increase, given that that would increase our income and then therefore increase the amount of rent based on these allocations, when does it end? And also being the fact that we would have to cut back on our programming, which would be a detriment to the founding principles we have, which is to make live theater accessible to all of our community. I really beseech you, please let this amazing theater continue, not just to survive, but thrive. By honoring the original agreement made with the Mathis family, that the building we perform in was built, dedicated, and donated on behalf of the players, and that its donation to the city was and is grounded on the fact that the players are committed to use it for $1 a year. Thank you.
Thank you for coming this evening. Good evening. Just let us know your name and the item you're speaking to.
Good evening. Narky Norton, I'm from East Side, speaking as President-elect of Town and Gown. First things first, I want to say thank you for tackling structural and systemic racism. I want to be honest about that. I appreciate that you're tackling this policy. I also want to say thanks for reducing everyone's rent in terms of what we were dealing with in the pandemic. But I am here today because I want to challenge the commission to do better and to be better. The reason I'm here today is because the pandemic has not ended. Mutations and variants continue to thrive, and funerals have not ceased as well from this disease, nor has the business involved in running these shows. I can tell you historically what you've already received on many emails and phone calls. The building was donated for the purpose of theater. Our funds are primarily for the maintenance and upkeep of our theater. We have changed from white women who were wives of doctors and professors to military personnel coming to the theater to black and brown LGBTQ youth. The theater will continue to change as we need to in society. But I would ask the commission, how many of the lessees have paid $1 for the building that they had donated for their purpose, which I believe separates Town and Gown from other nonprofits. If we truly believe in equity and justice, is it just to charge us for the fruit of our labor and claim that you're giving us a discount? Is it not just to review how much we spend in our maintenance and our upkeep to determine true profit, to charge us based on a pre-pandemic era while we're on the cusp of 2 years of COVID-19? Someone claimed that we have enough money to pay the rent in full. When someone says they cannot afford something, it doesn't mean they don't have the money in their pocket. It means their essentials will be affected if they were to pay something that they could not afford. The equitable and just decision is to make up for the sins of your predecessors as a commission. Those who did not have their building donated to the city for its purpose should in fact pay. Black and brown people should no longer be penalized by systemic racism. You can do both. This is not a clear box of one or the other. I advise you to do both. It is equitable and just to make a rental decision based on the current income of our organization. So you can see that in our last show, our last season, we only had one show. The 2 years before that, we canceled several shows. And we're actually at half capacity because we're trying to keep our community safe, although some of our older members don't like those protocols, but we believe in safety. And theater is changed. We don't have Marvel's money and we don't have Lin-Manuel Miranda's money, as much as I would love to have that. It's going to be affected for several years, not only to regain the trust of our community members, but also to keep up with the rise in price of upkeep. So I ask that you both make up for the sins of the past of the former commission, but also honor the agreement. In conclusion, history has its eyes on you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Narky. It's been a few years since we had music at the podium. So, good evening.
Hey,
Just
everyone,
let us know your name and the item you're speaking to.
Megan Westbrook, 145 Three Oaks Drive. Hey, Chad, thank you. Okay. So I'm here to encourage you all to vote yes on item 31, the sanctioned homeless encampment provider award contract. I am concerned to hear that some of you are on the fence or wanting to pull back, moving the encampment strategy forward. So I understand that a principal concern is the capacity and experience of Athens Alliance Coalition as a provider, and some of you are even wanting to explore other strategies. So please do not let perfect be the enemy of good in your work tonight. I do understand and appreciate that you all are stewards of community resources, and we do all expect you to be responsible and strategic and compassionate in your allocation of the resources, as well as accountable for your decisions. At the same time, an overabundance of caution and bureaucracy is problematic when it prevents community needs from being met. And a pervasive issue that I think many of you are probably aware of in service provision is just that we talk and meet and strategize, and then meet and then strategize, and then do it again. And there's a lot of field experts out there that condemn this behavior as it ultimately withholds resources. So I really want us to see forward motion on this, okay? So it is also worth remembering, I have been reminded of this many times in my work, that as stewards, typically, we are privileged to be able to go home and step away from the problem and then come back to work and deal with it. And there are many people who cannot step away from this problem. Therefore, I also encourage action. So, regarding the concerns, the Athens Alliance Coalition will be receiving and managing federal funds for the first time. Reading through everything that the staff put together, it was a really well-done document. I was excited about that. You all have reasonable proposed solutions already laid out for that. So there's a plan. So this, and concerns about current capacity, for which there are funds and an action plan, this also, I just want to remind you, does highlight the pervasive issue of colonized wealth that keeps money in already high-capacity organizations and nickels and dimes high-potential organizations comprised of experienced, well-connected, passionate, and competent advocates. So I want to be very mindful of how they get left out in that way. So a reminder, people are living precariously unhoused right now as we are talking about this, as I stand here speaking with you. Your solution is already vetted by our most knowledgeable service providers. The process is underway. Changing strategy requires more time, more votes, more assessments, and more deliberation. Please do not let perfect be the enemy of good. Please vote yes on this. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you for coming this evening. Appreciate it.
Oh, I want that pen.
Good evening. Just let us know your name and the item you're speaking to.
My name is Devontae Jones. I am from 155 The Preserve Drive, and I will be speaking for 31 and 32. So the way I see this as, especially with eviction and talking about homelessness and building encampments, so this, in my opinion, is a very good first step, but we need to remember that I want you guys to vote yes on these things. And then we need to push further than this, because this is also a compound of other issues that go on in this community, as like housing expenses and things like that. So we have a lot of things that are compounding on this, but this is a good first step to help us start alleviating some of these issues. And that is, sorry, I'm getting a little nervous. But, so I want you guys to vote yes on this, because people need help right now, and then we can look for other solutions, better solutions to help the cycle that can become homelessness, and also with things like the pandemic affecting people being able to pay for their rent, like with evictions and stuff like that. So we need to support the people that help build the community so that we can build a better community. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hey.
Just let us know your name and the item you're speaking to.
Hey, my name is Benjamin Britton. I live at 538 Pulaski Street. I'm going to speak to items 31 and 32. So the sanctioned and homeless encampment provider contract, it seems as reading through is like you've done a lot of due diligence. To just echo that document seems pretty detailed, and there's a lot of like structural momentum in worrying about those funds. I understand that, and I want to echo what the previous speaker said to that as well. But I think that right now we need to stand up some capacity to get those funds into building this, what is basically just the least we can do in this situation to alleviate this ongoing emergency for people. And in the second item, basically essentially the same thing, a 32, the eviction prevention program, that is would be such an amazing help and such an amazing resource. And once again, the due diligence seems to be there, and with the abundance of caution that y'all have taken, I really urge you to do something tonight to put that in motion and get those funds to people who are facing eviction right now. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming this evening. Good evening. Just let us know your name and the item you're speaking to.
Mara Zuniga, reference to the Federal Justice Assistant Grant. The drug industry is quite a complex issue to tackle in an article with outdated graphs and carefully selected links which anyone can find to support or oppose any issues these days. Right, Ms. Barker? When I read anything about the economy or social issues, I look around my surroundings, I step outside my door, walk around my neighborhoods, and speak to people and ask questions. It's easier to determine how things are by doing this than by using outside measures the way this government body does, like bringing Portland and California problems and solutions to a place that is so much different than like Athens. My mother used to say, just because you are poor doesn't mean you have to be dirty. At one point, she was so poor she owned one pair of shoes and a set of clothing, but she washed them every single day. She washed them every single day to set personal standards regardless of her present condition. Just because you live in a community where you lack things doesn't mean you will turn out to be a criminal. I think it's an insult to poor communities to say that just because you lack opportunity or other things, your only option is to sell drugs, especially when many, many others choose not to do that. Police officers out there every day engaging with the community, they put their lives in danger for strangers. How much would you want to be paid to protect just one life? If you were to choose to save a life, a person you knew nothing about or maybe even see as not worth saving, if you had to save that one life and take your chances of leaving behind your loved one behind, how much would you do it for? Obviously, it's a job, but how many jobs put you directly in the line of losing your life? After you leave here, you go to the safety of your home, and you can relax that if any danger arises anywhere close to you, that these same police officers will come to your rescue. Thank you, Chief of Police Brule. The silenced majority made up of many different people from many walks of life, thank you. Women who have been affected by sex trafficking and drugs, by people like the ones that were recently arrested in Operation Tourniquet, thank you, Chief. A mother who I spoke to that had 7 children, a son who did well in high school and was able to go to college, but got into drugs and ruined his life by people like the ones that were recently arrested in Operation Tourniquet. Thank you, Chief. A mother and owner of a successful Spanish restaurant in town whose son worked in their family business befriended unknowingly a gang member who got him into drugs by people like the ones that were recently arrested in Operation Tourniquet. Thank you, Chief. So is the solution to overlook the criminal actions of these individuals who ruin other people's lives for money?
Thank you, Ms.
Should we not first protect the lives that are at risk?
Mr. Mayor, that's
men,
time.
women, youth, and children.
We appreciate you coming down. Thank you.
Please consider saying yes to the Federal Justice Assistant Grant, and thank you, Chief Spruill, for all you do, and the police officers.
Good evening. Just let us know your name and the item you're speaking to.
My name is Stephen Mason, and I'm here to speak to in favor of item 31 and the need for the encampment. I'm the executive director of one of the homeless shelters in the city, and I've submitted a document through the online system that goes over a number of reasons why I think that it's a needed thing in the city at this time. I'll just quickly go over a few of them. The first, obviously, is there's increased homelessness, and I'm sure you know the reasons for that in our city. The second is that we need increased emergency beds, and until we can build emergency beds and build our capacity in that area, we need to address the need for emergency shelter, and the camp would expand that. The increase in the homeless individuals over the past few years has overtaxed the other systems that get people out of homelessness. And so we have sort of a backlog, and help is on the way in terms of the rescue funds, but it's taking a while to get those in place so that we have all these services to get people out of homelessness. And until we get there, we need a place to put people. And there's also, as I said, a lack of capacity within the other shelters. We're full every night. Most of the other shelters are full as well. And so the overflow, folks need a place to go. And the camp will help with that. Another reason is because the individuals living in existing tent camps around the city are being evicted by the landowners. And so those folks, once they are evicted, they'll have no place to go. And so that's another reason. And of course, the lack of shelter increases the pressure on individuals to engage in criminal behavior, panhandling, money scams to raise funds so that they could afford a hotel, so they don't have to sleep right on the street. And so we want to prevent those things. And then the last one is that some of our outlying counties don't have a lot of homeless services, and so there's a need to help out folks in some of those surrounding areas who are homeless.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming, Steve.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thanks for coming tonight. Just let us know your name and the item you're speaking to.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Hardy. I'm speaking on item 31. The start of the pandemic, 2019, our organization, Athens-Alliance Coalition, we hit the ground when people didn't even want to hug each other or give a handshake. We actually went out into the homeless community in the woods and built relationships with the homeless community. We weren't just out there once a week or once a month. We were out there almost every day. With that being said, we not only provided food and clothing and blankets, we also offered testing or actually vaccinations for the COVID-19 pandemic when nobody else would. They became familiar with us, more so Mr. Hardy than anybody else because he's out there all day, every day. We actually had volunteers to come out with us and clean up the encampments when they were trying to get moved away from certain places. And we did so when no one else would. That's our experience. That's our experience being in the community, actually building relationships with the homeless community. I know that some think that, well, let's put them in a house, let's put them in a hotel, let's put them up. Some of them don't want to be put up. Some of them are comfortable with being where they're at. So why not give them an area to where they can be together, they can have their own community that's 24-hour security. You don't have to worry about them going out and panhandling and doing this and doing that. But they will also have an opportunity to have counseling. They will have an opportunity to get job training, something. It's like the first step to them becoming a better person. Also, it could be drug counseling for them as well. The beginning of this year, we went to a sanctioned encampment, well, not sanctioned encampment, a structured encampment in Douglasville, Georgia. And we were so impressed. They were, the population, they were kind, they were nice, they were respectable, and it was clean, absolutely clean. So we thought, well, our homeless community in Athens keep on getting moved from encampment to encampment. We can do this. So I don't think anyone else is more qualified to do this encampment, to actually manage this encampment than Athens-Alliance Coalition. Because again, since 2019, when no one wanted to even give each other a hug, we were in the homeless encampments. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming this evening. Good evening. Just let us know your name and the item you're speaking to.
Yeah.
Attorney Drake.
I'm Charles Campbell.
I'm speaking on 31, the encampment. I'm a part of Athens Alliance Coalition. And when you start something new, everybody kind of gets scared. Everybody want to look at all the precautions, and you should have precautions. I commend the commission for even getting involved to bring this up. But at the same time, if we don't do this, then what? Because then you got to start back over, and we already got the problem. The man just said the other places are overcrowded. And with us visiting the other places and seeing how well it's done, I think if we get it done and we're the one that's qualified to do it, these people are going to be, we are partnered with Advantage. So all the stuff she was talking about, Advantage is going to be part of that also. And that rapid rehousing, we're going to get people in there with like a fresh start. So this is something new for this city. And we could be the model that everybody said, well, you know, they got that in Athens-Clarke County. They're going to model after us. But if we don't do it, then what are your answers going to be that you got that going to make it better? We got people that already been involved, already been in relationships. Because when you be in a relationship with people, then they are apt to behave. They're apt to do the things that need to be done. And so that's what we already have. We already had a relationship with the people. So we are the ones that are ready and able to run it because we can learn as we go. But some of us got to I'm going to be a part of the security. I want to keep these people safe. I don't want these people going to jail. I was a deputy for 12 years. I know about dealing with people. But I know being in law enforcement, the best officers are the ones that build a relationship with the community. And if we're going to be a community that care about people, let's not just talk about it. Let's prove that we're doing something about it and to prove that these are still citizens of this city. And let's say that we are helping them. Because if we want to come up with something different, then do it. Because if you don't, we're going to keep going all these meetings and nothing's going to get done. Because I know how government works. You have a bunch of meetings and nothing ever get done. We talk the talk, but we don't do the walk. It's time to show that this commission is behind making this a better place. Thank you.
Thanks for coming this evening. Welcome, good evening. Just let us know your name and the item you're speaking to.
I'm Charles Hardy, President of Athens Alliance, and I'm speaking to item 31 on the list. So I listen to a lot of people that come in before me, and it's probably going to be some that's after me to speak on this encampment. But what I haven't seen is somebody that came with a solution. Nobody but this mayor commission. When y'all voted to make that encampment legal, they gave so many people hope that's homeless. And I'm gonna tell you, and y'all, a lot of y'all done been out there in the encampment with me. Y'all see how I work with the homeless. Y'all see how my staff work with the homeless. A lot of the people that's speaking before y'all, that's a part of Athens Alliance, these are certified counselors, retired officers, school teachers, that's been doing this way before Athens Alliance. They say Athens Alliance don't have no experience. Who have experience in Athens, Georgia with a legal encampment? Nobody. Nobody. Who stepped up to the plate to help the people with this legal encampment? Athens Alliance. All the thousands of people in Athens Alliance stepped up to the plate as always. And it ain't about the money. Last year alone, my wife can tell you, I spent $32,000 out of my pocket for this homeless community. My money. Nobody else's money. No grants, no donations, no nothing. If y'all want this to succeed and go forward and be successful, not to only make the city look good, but to show everybody that the government made the right choice when they brought this encampment to Athens. I've been out there all day today, feeding, talking to, a lot of y'all on my social media, so y'all seen that. I've been out there all day dealing with homeless people, and I do that almost like 24 hours a day. So if y'all want this to succeed, you can't find nobody better than Athens Alliance, because our hearts is in it. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming this evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Let us know your name and the item you're speaking
Yes,
to.
I have a question before my time starts, though. I have 3 cards because I have 3 agenda items that are following in this tranche. How would you like to proceed?
So you just have 3 minutes that you can use for all 3?
For all 3?
Correct.
Can I speak at the end of the meeting on one?
You have a 3-minute opportunity for public
Carol
input
said I
on
can.
old and new
So-
business. As meeting manager, I'm telling you, you've got 3 minutes, ma'am. You can use it however you'd like.
Okay, and then I'll do it at the end, too.
You have one 3-minute opportunity. Yep.
So here is the homeless camp proposal back to problem and solutions. So if people tell you there's no solutions, there are solutions. So I highly recommend you read it. And I'm not going to go through the whole entire thing right now because I can't, because I don't have time. So when you started originally, you had $1.5 million of SLFRF ARP Act funds budgeted to run the camp. That was in the spreadsheet. Now it's up to $2.5 million to operate the homeless tent encampment. In addition, there's $250,000 to upgrade it in the capital budget, $50,000 for the strategic plan, which is already written. I referenced it in there. And $25,000 to Athens Alliance Coalition as seed money because they have no staff and more than likely no money for initial startup. I believe AAC filed a 990N postcard in March of 2021 this year, which means by definition, they declared less than $50,000 in revenue in their most recent tax filing. The camp is to provide for up to 50 people. That totals $2,600 per person per month for 22 months, or the equivalent of $31,283 per year tax-free. Why don't you just provide them with an apartment? It is not even clear that the SLFRF, the $57 million ARP funds, can be used for this purpose. The National Association of Counties responded to my email when asking for clarity of funds. In their FAQs, the Treasury never says anything about an encampment, but most importantly, this is what the National Association of Counties said when I asked them. In summary, while SLFRF cannot be awarded for the sole purpose of clearing a homeless encampment, funds can be used to offer supportive housing services for the encampment's residents. Let's assume that that means that supportive housing is applicable in this case. What does supportive housing mean? Let's look at the USICH, United States Interagency Council of Homelessness. When defining supportive housing, in every case, when they say something about, it's always about traditional structures. Purpose-built, single-site housing, scattered site housing, unit set-asides. Nowhere is there an assumption that you can stick somebody inhumanely in a tent next to a chicken factory. Additionally, the deadline for counties to submit their first quarterly project and expenditure report is January 31st, 2022. This is yet to be done. It will be done. I'm sure you will get it done. What will the Treasury say when they learn the use of these funds? Also, please note that these funds must be incurred, which you all know, by the 2024 deadline and the 2026 expenditure mark. Will the Treasury accept this plan or require it to stop when you file this first quarterly report?
Ma'am, I appreciate you coming this evening. Thank you very much.
In addition, the Pitt 2021 July study was
That's
not
time.
included in the agenda item. 155 people unsheltered homeless were counted, and you know the rest is in the story.
You leave
I
it
have two
material
more
sheet up.
items. I'll see you at the end.
Good evening. Just let us know your name and the item you're speaking to.
Good evening, everyone. Broderick Flanagan, 243 Sunset Drive. Speaking of item 31 and 32, I'm in support of these items, but I do want to bring some context and awareness to it through my lens as a neighborhood leader through that program. I have realized that housing insecurity, food insecurity, and some of those other things are related to jobs and income and the amount of money people bring home to be able to take care of their basic needs. When people are experiencing homelessness and some of the people that I've talked to in that situation, many of them do want to work. I have talked with them extensively about barriers to employment, such as like IDs and stuff of that nature, a residence or callback number when they do fill out applications. It's imperative, I think, that we connect those type of job programs like the one that I spoke to Melissa Link about last year, and Ms. Ovita Thornton and a few other commissioners. There's a program out in Austin, Texas, where they partner with a local nonprofit to create job opportunities for people experiencing homelessness. And they pay them on a daily rate at $15 an hour to do trash pickups, invasive species removal, and other things like that. And so I would love to see this encampment partnered and coupled with that type of program so we can have a pathway to stability for these people. Because the program in Austin, Texas, they are partnered with the Rapid Rehousing Program, in which many of the participants in that program have gotten into stable apartments through working. And so I'm encountering several people that are facing eviction right now as well. At least half a dozen residents on my caseload are in that unstable situation. And so we need to collectively come together to think about our public infrastructure and the infrastructure around labor and our labor practices and policies. Because many people are stuck in low-wage jobs at many of our public institutions. Our school district still pays some of the people serving food in the cafeteria $9 an hour. I'll say that again. Our school district still pays some people serving kids food in the cafeteria $9 an hour. It's just become apparent to me that we need to really focus our energy, time, and efforts on some of these labor practices and policies. Many people are having conversations around it. I've talked to several residents who now work at the poultry. The poultry recently negotiated a contract with their union, and now they pay $15 an hour at minimum. And for the night shift, they pay $17 an hour with bonuses. And so when people get employed there now, their situation and landscapes and outlooks are different. And so I urge and encourage you to be able to look holistically at some of these programs and opportunities to be able to connect them to those type of job programs so we can employ people in this community. Thank you.
Thank you for coming this evening. I appreciate it. Good evening. Just let us know your name and the item you're speaking to.
My name is Sarah Gehring. I live at 140 Griffith Street. First, I would like to speak to item 20 regarding the Northeast Georgia Task Force. I would like to speak in support of Commissioner Parker's recent publication on the matter. I won't speak too long to it. I understand why it is a very emotional issue in the community, but I do find it strange that in a 50-page document, grant request document, there is one paragraph on performance measures in which we are given no information about the effectiveness of the drug task force. As much of a problem as drugs may be, we have no evidence up until this point that the war on drugs has done anything but make the problem worse. So I do hope that that will be given due consideration. Moving on, I would like to express support for items 31 and 32, the sanctioned homeless encampment and the eviction prevention program funds. These two items I have spoken in favor of in the past are now onto the contract granting section, and I do believe that due diligence has been done with both of these organizations. The Athens Alliance Coalition specifically, I know, has a great reputation among the community, and I hope that the fact that they have not had specific defined experience with this kind of thing will halt progress on this important work, because very, very few organizations have had this kind of experience, because this is a relatively novel concept, which again, I think is a very good one to pursue. Furthermore, as was spoken at previous meetings, the unsheltered homeless people that have been questioned or talked to about these issues have expressed a desire not to have an overly professionalized social service camp, but merely a safe place to stay. And I do believe that Athens Alliance Coalition, with their good relationship building skills, are exactly the kind of group that is needed, and I hope that you will not allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you joining us this evening. Good evening. Just let us know your name and the item to which you're speaking.
Hi there, Jason Pratt, and items 31 and 32. I'm just here to express support for both of those items, and thank you all for your service and all you do in the community. Much love.
Thank you much. Good evening. Just let us know your name and the items to which you're speaking.
Hi, my name's Ian Van Giesen from 329 Deering Street.
speaking to items 31 and 32. I won't be as eloquent as people who spoke before me, but I think I like to echo the sentiment of most of the people who spoke on these items. I think that Athens can set an example with these kinds of programs, and I think that anytime progress is made, mistakes will be made. So I just like to encourage everyone to take a leap of faith. So anyways, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Good evening. Just let us
Hey,
know your
good evening.
name and item to which you're speaking.
Yeah, hey, I'm Joe Block. I spoke when the encampment came up, and I told us we should probably take a slow path. Clearly, I think you're coming around to that view, whether you wanted to or not. I think Susan had put together a lot of statistics that I was really depressed that you weren't able to let her finish. I'm going to give her my time, so I think I've spoken for about 41 seconds.
Sir, we don't have a handoff policy.
I think we
so-
can do that.
So
Mayor.
you have your 3 minutes,
Is
sir.
that written somewhere in the documentation?
Yeah, it's my direction as meeting manager.
Oh, is that right? It's nice of you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else here to speak to old or new business this evening? All right, we're going to go ahead and move into those items, beginning with item number 20. Certainly entertain a motion on the floor so we can begin discussion.
I'll move to approve.
I second.
We've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Edwards is the motioner. Do you have input?
I support the funding that's going to come and support these officers in their work. I certainly respect the positions put forward by my colleagues regarding their hesitancy or opposition to this program because of the some emphasis on the targeting of marijuana possession with intent to distribute. I do agree that a lot of the policies centering around marijuana conviction and targeting almost seem anachronistic at this state and time and place. You go to other states across the country, you can walk into a dispensary and buy it recreationally. So I think we've made clear to the manager and to the chief that we want to discourage some of these simple possession for marijuana. We've spoken with the magistrate court, the solicitor, and I certainly would support taking more public steps here in this community to give direction to staff that I simply don't want simple possession of marijuana to be criminalized in this community. So this grant vote, though, is not really the place for me to do that, but I certainly support any sort of policy to that effect moving forward, because I think that statistics have shown that simple possession of marijuana sometimes can fall disproportionately on black youth in this community, and to me, it's just stupid. I think that a lot of aspects of the drug war have been poorly prosecuted. They've been pushed by the pharmaceutical industry in this nation, pushing people towards opiates, which are certainly more harmful than cannabis and marijuana. I grew up with a Republican state legislator in Fayette County. I've never seen anybody use more marijuana in my life. I believe this is a bipartisan issue. So I look forward to see steps like that moving forward to make a statement here of public direction of decriminalizing marijuana, but this grant is not really the time for me, so I support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Peachtree County, now known as Greenleaf County. Commissioner Thornton, you were the seconder. Some further input?
I definitely support this. I do struggle with the conflict or confusion that has come about this particular grant acceptance, but without me without me messing around here saying the wrong thing, I'll just say that I support it, and I think there needs to be some conversation somewhere else at another time if this passes. I don't think this should be the end-all for where we are right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to vote no on this grant acceptance tonight, and to demonstrate why, it's helpful to revisit this quote from Lee Atwater, a Republican strategist in 1981 while working under Ronald Reagan that started the drug war. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, 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 and by 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts you, that backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff, and a byproduct of them is that blacks get hurt worse than whites. So, just like busing and states' rights were used to justify segregation and slavery, Reagan's war on drugs was meant to cloak the maintenance of racial control in neutral language about criminals and being tough on crime. Drug laws were changed to disproportionately impact black people, and billions were funneled into drug law enforcement in order to round up and dispose of black people en masse and destabilize their communities. And it worked. In our state, incarceration rates for black people are 9 times higher than the rate of incarceration in any Western democracy in the world. And as Michelle Alexander details in The New Jim Crow, when the drug war began, many law enforcement officials were confused. Because drugs weren't a problem, it wasn't clear why the federal government was focusing on them. So the federal government used this grant, the Justice Assistance Grant, which we are asked to approve tonight, to bribe law enforcement entities into rolling out Reagan's war on black communities with hundreds of billions of dollars in specialized grant task force grants. And the evidence strongly suggests we have fallen for Lee Atwater's con. We talk about public safety, but data from the manager's office, thank you, Manager Williams, reveals that 76% of those arrested by the task force this year were African American, despite studies that have indicated that white and black people use and sell drugs at similar rates. Operation Tourniquet has come up several times in public comment tonight, and as one journalist at the press conference on Operation Tourniquet noted, most of the men who were arrested in that operation had previously served time. And it makes sense that, barred from many kinds of legal employment as felons, they would return to drug dealing to sustain themselves. So we know that incarceration has a null or even negative effect on reoffense, which is a criminological fact verified by researchers at the University of Chicago. So, I mean, I would love someone to speak here to what we're doing beyond routine maintenance of white supremacy. I do have more to say on this, but it looks like my time's going okay, so I will continue. The drug market is another senseless cycle. Time and again, we snatch up drug traffickers who are swiftly replaced by competitors. That's why even after Operation Benchwarmers in 2020, we are in the same position today with Operation Tourniquet in 2021. So as long as people abusing drugs can't get help, the market demand will continue to exist. According to the data that the chief sent us today, there have been a 243% increase in suspected drug overdoses this year compared to 2020. And if I recall correctly, we approved this grant in 2019, in 2020, and we're about to approve it in 2021. So if, does that sound like what we're doing is working? And I will continue once others have had the chance to speak.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Parker. Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I first of all want to agree with much of what Commissioner Edwards said about marijuana laws and how I would like to see that particular substance decriminalized in our community. I'd like to add that a year and a half ago, I believe, in our FY21 budget, we approved some $350,000, I believe, on a list of measures that were specifically designed to kind of prevent people falling into criminal and drug-addicted mental health situations that might land them in jail. We approved a safety and justice task force and funded that quite substantially. I'd just like to ask management where we are in moving forward with those measures now that it's been a year and a half, and what hope we can have towards the ideal that someday we will not need these funds.
So the Safety and Justice Committee Task Force was appointed by the mayor and chaired by Dawn Myers, and it's a mix of mostly residents, but folks that have represent different stakeholders, and they have been meeting this year actively. They have heard from
different speakers. There are a couple of separate data projects going on where they're looking at information in the courts, but primarily what they want to do, and the mayor gave a pretty broad mandate to them to be able to come up with ideas and recommendations for y'all to intercept folks before they come in contact with the justice system. Come up with recommendations about folks that are already involved in the justice system, and then also look at folks that are returning from having served time, returning residents, back into the community. So they've got those three kind of big areas that they've started to look at, and most recently heard from the Athens Wellbeing Project. So they're trying to base the recommendations they're ultimately going to provide to you on the data that's particular to Athens-Clarke County. They've talked about disproportionality and studies like that. They've heard from the chief on that. So I think they're at a point now where they've done some assessment. They're monitoring, as I said, a couple of data projects, and I think the chair is interested in having some further discussions and coming up with some specific recommendations for the mayor and commission.
So we will see a report from them with a list of policy and program recommendations in the coming months?
They have not developed their strategies yet. I think in another month or two, I'll be able to answer that question a little better. They're working though, and it's a big task that they've got ahead of them, but there's focus on it. There are people actively talking about it.
Well, I would hope that the kind of investment that's being made in basically a drug task force and eliminating the harms that are done by people who are engaging in criminal behavior associated with drugs, which I have had firsthand experience with drug trafficking on my street and the sex trafficking and assorted crimes that go with it. I would hope that we can make a similar investment in the kind of programs that hopefully will come out of that task force that will prevent folks from getting involved in this kind of activity in the first place, so that we will no longer need to invest these kinds of funds in drug task force type entities.
Well, these are extremely complex issues that, many communities, every community faces. And I think, there's no one answer. Obviously, there's a need for thoughtful interventions from a variety of issues, upstream, during, after enforcement as well.
Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've done a little bit of research on the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, and by federal statute, it allows funding, the funding to be used for 7 different program purpose areas. And a couple of those, though, I think potentially are much more in line with the goals of this body and of this community. One of them being drug treatment, one being mental health programs, including behavioral programs and crisis intervention teams, which we have many of, and of course, we're always looking for more funding to be able to expand those kind of programs. Prevention and education programs. So I guess I would just love for us to be exploring ways that we can use these grants in more forward-thinking, progressive ways that I think fit the goals and objectives of this local government and this community, so that we can still be taking this funding and using it to protect our community, using it to try to reduce drug usage, using it to reduce the impacts that come with that drug usage, drug abuse, but in a way that I think is honestly been, I think, as Commissioner Parker pointed out, more effective in other areas than strictly punitive measures. So I really just challenge our staff and our police department to, let's think outside the box. I know that we've been doing this drug task force for a long time. During that time, we've seen a pretty large increase in drug use and still drug arrests and drug violence. So maybe let's try to think outside the box a little bit and try to still take this funding, but run some programs that are more fitting.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right, we've got a couple folks who are interested in speaking who haven't spoken yet, and then I'll circle back to a couple commissioners who we've heard from already. So Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Parker's words. I struggle with what she has expressed about the war on drugs and its contribution to mass incarceration a new kind of Jim Crow, and the reality of working with situations in our own community. I know that we have limited ability in our role as commissioners to really change the criminal justice system, but we do have a couple of ways. And as a community, we've made a big, change here by electing a district attorney who is one of the most progressive prosecutors, and along with this whole movement that's going across the country. And for that reason, I contacted her today and spoke with her about this, and she was thinking along the same lines as I, who have much less experience on this, but that we're really not talking about marijuana and low-level and small distributors of pot. That's a whole other issue. She said these are big drug dealers. And the reality is that I also see lots of violence and drug gangs and deaths and violence in our community. I don't think there's a one-to-one ratio of the number of drug enforcement people we have is going to decrease the kind of violence and drug use in the community, because there are so many factors in this community beyond that and larger in the whole country. And so while I support the desire to reduce mass incarceration, I also want to deal with the violence that many people are living with in our community right now. And this is one way, and I went to someone who I respect as an expert, and as well as the words of Chief Spruill meant something to me as well. And so I will continue to work on programs like the program that the district attorney got me introduced to in Savannah, where there's a wraparound front porch service program to help youth stay away from troublesome situations. But in this case, I think I'm going to support this until I see a decrease, until I understand that not supporting it will actually help the community on a day-to-day basis deal with violence and gangs. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've got Commissioner Houle and then Davenport, and then I'll get Parker and Thornton again.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I want to be clear that nothing about the Drug Enforcement Task Force is about prevention of crime, rehabilitation of offenders, or any of the other upstream interventions that we talk about being interested in and that community policing is oriented toward. The entirety of the task force is to enforce laws, and by that we mean arrest people, jail them, prosecute them, and put them in prison for however many years. The vast majority of people in our prisons in this country, a country that incarcerates more people than any country on the history of the planet, the majority of them are there for drugs. And as was raised in the Operation Tourniquet press conference by one of the reporters, weren't all these people who were arrested, weren't many of them in jail before? Yeah. So how can we say what we're doing is working? Over 70% of our people in our jail currently right now are black. That matches the national racial disparity. And then an even higher percentage of the people in any jail or prison are low income, whatever race. We've got nearly 400 people in the jail right now. So last year, we also explicitly discussed removing marijuana from the scope of this task force. 31 cases comprising 24% of the total charges are for marijuana from the past year, according to the statistics we got from the manager. Furthermore, I think it's really important that we stop conflating drug charges with violent crime. They're not the same thing. Using drugs, selling drugs even. It's just not the same as shooting someone. And so instead of enforcing people's possession of drugs with the intent to distribute or otherwise, we should be investigating conspiracy, grand theft, gun violence, and homicide. Those are things that we need our police for, which is why ultimately it's a waste of our local resources to have officers fighting the federal government's decades-long failed war on drugs when they could instead be helping fulfill the shortage we have in that department, like we have in many departments. These officers would be much better utilized, I feel, working on the other cases that need to be high priority. Gun violence, interpersonal family violence, etc. Last thought on this is Commissioner Myers brought up the things we can do on the local level to change the criminal justice system. Well, one of the things we can and need to do and should have done a long time before I was on here is decriminalize. But beyond decriminalizing, part of it is passing not only that long overdue ordinance, but it's about our funding and our policy priorities. So there's nuanced ways that plays out beyond just putting an ordinance on the books. Tonight, I think we have an opportunity. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Davenport?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to support support this grant, and I think we take big issues and so when it comes to drugs, I think it's a much more complex issue, and we don't need to. And when it comes to the Regional Drug Task Force, the problem essentially starts before, and then it ends up going into to the Regional Drug Task Force, and we need to fix the problem when it's at home, and not try to fix it towards the back end. That's what I'm trying to get at. I'm sorry. We need to, if we want to be proactive about drugs in our community and the uses of drugs and crime in our community, we need to be preventive. I would hate for us to give the view that we're gonna let criminals get an open door to anything because of how the crime that they have committed. And there's already wraparound services in Athens that helps people with drug addiction and drug prevention, and we need to educate the public about those services and get people the help that they need. And I need to collect my thoughts, so I might end it there.
Thanks, Commissioner Davenport. Back to Commissioner Parker and Thornton.
Thank you. I've heard a lot of people talk about community violence. Y'all know it's something I take extremely seriously. I'm trumpeting constantly in these meetings. But that's happening now. That's happening now while this task force is in effect. I talked about the 243% increase in suspected drug overdoses. That is under the status quo that we keep year after year endorsing, authorizing. I'm happy to hear many of you have endorsed decriminalization of various kinds. I want to bring up that in Portugal, where they decriminalized drugs of many kinds, utilization of treatment services increased sharply, and drug-related deaths, we're worried about people dying from overdoses, and heroin usage decreased because drug users weren't scared to seek help. So we can get the word out about these sources, but if people are scared to get help because they are afraid of criminalization, then that will always be a barrier to folks. So if they can't get help, and they can't get help with housing or employment or the other social determinants of health, that when lacking are driving drug abuse, or driving this drug market that people are preying on, taking advantage of, then the black market demand will always exist. And so we'll always need the task force, allegedly. And it doesn't have to exist, but so long as we continue to prioritize punishment over rehabilitation and prevention, as my colleague Commissioner Houle said, it will exist. And I hear a lot of y'all talking about, drug treatment resources or job programs that create pipelines away from organized crime into dignified, well-paid work, or youth development programs that steer young people away from gangs, or housing. I talk about community gardens. And we talk about lots of solutions that are based on the legitimate science of public health. In the strategic planning meeting, Commissioner Thornton brought up needing to follow the advice of experts. And what I am talking about here, no longer funding this task force federally or locally, and funding these social determinants of health is a solution that is endorsed by the American Public Health Association, which represents 25,000 public health practitioners across the country. So, I would rather go off that than the scheming of racist Republicans that are mostly all dead now. And, I hear you all agreeing that we need these social determinants of health, but when? The Safety and Justice Task Force has existed for a year and a half, and we still don't have recommendations, we still don't have an agenda item. But this comes up year after year and gets approved usually without any sort of question. So when are we going to start prioritizing the thing I hear you all saying that we need and actually get some action on it? So I don't know about you, but I don't want to take Lee Atwater's advice about how to sanitize continued segregation and apartheid in our community. I don't want to mindlessly perpetuate Ronald Reagan's legacy. I'm not going to be supporting acceptance of this grant, and I hope that we don't fund it locally either, frankly, and start actually taking the advice of criminology, of public health science, and investing in those social determinants of health that will actually stop getting calls from mothers whose houses have been riddled with bullets and parents who have lost their children. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Thorne.
I am still sitting on the fence about item number 31, because I think that when this issue came up on 20, it seemed to enlarge the fear of a homeless encampment, that we are encouraging homelessness, but and all the stereotypical things that go along with it, but we want to minimize folk that give us safety to some degree. So I'm still sitting on the fence because of that, because I got a bunch of emails, well, not a bunch, and I'm exaggerating. I got some emails making the connection between these two items. You know, there are people that they want safety and they want help. Everybody, I don't know how you even measure it, but one of the things I think Commissioner Janssen said is to make sure we're very direct. I hate these meetings that we go to and we don't have a walking plan when we come out. We talk about this. How long has the task force been? We need to have clear goals so we can measure measurable outcomes. No, I agree about refunding, and then you don't, and your data's not there, or you say we're still meeting. One of the presenters talked about we just meet. We need to have clear data that will direct us so we can follow it. I support this because right now we don't have nothing else better on the table as far as data. But I don't want people to think that we are encouraging people come to Athens because they have a homeless encampment and no police protection, no safety protection. We're sending a wrong message when we support one and not the other. They should work hand in hand. We know from some of the workshops that we have, a lot of the homeless people are suffering from mental illness, suffering from drug addiction. So how do you help those folk when we are, this money, I guess I'm agreeing with Commissioner Janssen. We need to redirect our monies. You don't not accept it. You redirect it to it's going to do the most good and be able to document that, be able to, all of these meetings, all of these groups, all of these task forces, if, I think we're just bubbling over and we're getting nothing done.
Commissioner Houle, and then Denson.
I guess just to follow up on that comment from Commissioner Thornton, the way I see this is, if we want to redirect, we don't go with this justice assistance grant application and we put in an application for a justice assistance grant to serve a different purpose. So I think we fill that application with different metrics, different accountability measures. One of our speakers came here and said, in this very long document, there's only one paragraph that measures any kind of outcomes. And then the outcomes that we have from this that we got from staff, all those outcomes are only about incarcerating people. Many of the same people that we've already incarcerated years ago for the same kind of stuff. And as far as I understand it, these are all charges just for possession or intent to distribute. These aren't charges for violent crimes. I want to be clear that if there are people who are doing both, we should pursue holding accountable people who have committed violent crimes. And while I'd like to see us do that differently in an even further future, in the short term, I can get behind the police doing what they need to do to put those people in jail for the time being, because I don't think the prison's any good for them either. But if we're talking about where to start, I think we start by stopping putting people in prison for nonviolent offenses. And I think that our opportunity tonight is to clarify further for staff what was apparently not super clear after our discussion last year and our removal of marijuana, that we don't want, I mean, before it was, we don't want this Drug Enforcement Task Force working on marijuana. Well, that's still happening, so we don't want the police department's priorities to be fighting the war on drugs, and instead we want justice assistance grants that help us do the kind of other good work that we're looking for our police department to do.
It's come up several times about the staff not following the direction of the commission. The task force does not charge for simple marijuana possession unless there's an accompanying felony charge. So all of the marijuana arrests were accompanied by felony arrest. It was just part of a bigger issue.
But some of those felony arrests were for possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, correct?
I'd have to go back and look at that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's my understanding. So, just because someone has a bigger bag of weed, I don't think we need to put them in prison for it.
Commissioner Denson?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I had a question to staff in the manager's office. Is there potential that we could hold this item in a request to staff to come up with a different program proposal to be using these funds for, this grant proposal for? Something that does fall in line with drug treatment, mental health programs, behavioral programs. I see a program that another city is using across the country that's doing restorative justice programs in their schools to help with truancy and behavioral problems in the schools. It's like these things that we've talked about for the last year so many times that we could be using this funding for instead. Is that possible?
Not for this cycle, because the response deadline was October 22nd. So the grant's been submitted as recommended to you. If the commission did not approve it, then we would just pull the grant application from being submitted.
Okay. All right. I understood. I know that's how a lot of times these things work. I'll say this. I'm definitely also still on the fence for this, but I'll say that if I decide to choose to support this vote tonight, this will be the last time I support this grant coming forward being used in this kind of way when we know, again, what the priorities are, what we've been talking about in our goals and objectives meetings, what we've spent countless hours and retreats talking about what we want to be doing. And what I'm reading here is that we have the options to be using this funding to do that, yet we're choosing not to. So I understand that it might be too late for us to change that programming here tonight on this vote, but moving forward, I think that we should be doing more programming that supports the needs and wants of this community.
Got Commissioner Davenport and then Parker, and then if everybody's had their say, we move to a vote.
Okay, so hopefully I got my thoughts right. Long day for me. So the justice, we just started the what's justice?
Justice Assistance Grant?
Yeah, no, the committee.
The Justice and Safety and Justice
The
Task Force?
safety, yeah, the Safety and Justice Committee Task Force started a year ago.
Yeah.
And we've been like extremely busy with a lot of programs and a lot of stuff, and staff has been overworked and overwhelmed. It's gonna take time for data this complex for it to be actually fruitful for this situation when it comes to to this grant. So considering the fact that like, when it comes to drug and drug usage, the best way for this grant to not to exist is through prevention. One of the other ways, one of the other things that we need to also think about is the fact that we can decriminalize marijuana as much as we want. We still have UGA police, we still have the Georgia Department, we still have state troopers, and and the county sheriff as well. And whatever we do as a county, they're going to have their own legalese when it comes to marijuana. Plus, we have the judges that we have to work with as well, because I think one of the reasons why we didn't decriminalize marijuana was because our solicitor said that there were some issues when it came to state enforcement. But one of the things that I want to read that I learned today was the fact that one of the chief's rules, public, his public response statement. Oh, and I moved it. With the fact that some of the incidents that involve drugs actually lead to crime, and if this grant actually helps prevent crime, then that's what I'm for. Because at the end of the day, I want homes not to be shot up, and people to walk safely on our streets. And if if these drugs are leading to drug trafficking and other issues, let's stop the issue that's creating the crime at its source. And I believe this grant will do that. And it's only $139,000 for 4 people, and we just voted for a $300,000 toilet downtown. So when it comes to money, I think this shouldn't be too much.
Commissioner Parker.
Thank you. The last thing I'll say, to build off of what Commissioner Janssen was saying, I am hearing broad consensus that we need to invest in the social determinants of health. I'm hearing from Commissioner Thornton and Commissioner Janssen that they would perhaps like to see these funds diverted into the kind of programming that is allowed in this grant, like drug treatment. And so could we add a provision, let's say, with this grant acceptance, like issuing directions to staff that we would like to see, and we expect a grant of that nature, a grant application of that nature in 2022? Manager Williams / Mayor?
Well, I mean, that'd be, if the commission wants to give some direction as an official consensus, they can do that. The other is, staff would make a recommendation on what they would like to see. I'd like for us to project this earlier, though, so there's time to have the discussion. And in the case of that, it could be, if you don't intend to fund those 4 positions next year, then that we would also include that. I would expect the chief would include that in the budget discussions for next year.
And just follow up to note, I think a challenge for any local body, is that as we see the monthly cycle, we get these kind of proposals in a granular way, because of course that's the nature of the federal funding cycle, and we're responding to that. But I'll just remind everybody that what has been true, and what's true in our conversation tonight, is this desire for a holistic approach to community health. I would say for myself that there are clearly some occasions where interdiction of drug trafficking in particular has been damaging to the community, and seceding that activity is necessary for reduction in violence. I would also say it's probably not the primary tool we need to use. And so even as we've spoken about our American Rescue Plan funds, the area of greatest consensus and one of the greatest areas of interest in funding are those pro-social preventative kind of things. So in my mind, this doesn't live alone. It lives in this landscape of work that we're talking about, that we've all talked about tonight. So I just want everybody to remember that. I'm going to ask for a vote. We've got...
I just wanted to see if anyone would like to make a motion to that end that I was discussing about, direction to staff for next year's grant application.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to the motion to accept, with the caveat that we give staff direction when they apply for this next year, that they apply with it for the purpose of those preventative measures as are allowed by the grant.
If Commissioner Edwards, you're the motioner, would you accept that friendly amendment?
I'd prefer you just say motion to amend.
Motion to
You move
amend.
to amend, get somebody to second it.
Second?
Yeah.
Then speak to it, explain what you're saying.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to amend the motion to accept this grant as is right now, with the caveat that staff is directed to explore alternate uses for these funds when they apply next year, uses that are more in line with preventative and treatment measures. Does that make sense?
Commissioner Hamby?
Sure, thank you. I'm not real sure that we need that amendment at this point in time, simply because if next year when this grant comes back around, we discuss it before the October 27th date when you applied for it. I mean, just make sure staff brings this grant back to us before they apply to it so that we know and approve it before we reach this deadline like this. That's as simple as that. I mean, well, we have one on the thing tonight is to do this, and certainly vote it up or down, whichever one you want to do. But I think there's opportunities without having to amend everything to make sure that staff brings it to us. And what month are we in? November. Bring it to us in July or at fiscal year. You see what I'm saying? I mean, bring it to us before you turn the daggum grant in.
I'd note that one of the processes, obviously, that we have underway is our strategic commitments, and, commitment to social health is one of those things that, as we evolve that document to a form that will be in front of this body, in this chamber, those are elements that can be integrated there. Was there a second? I apologize. Was there a second to the amendment?
I did second, but do I have to vote yes on the motion if I seconded it? Because ultimately, I am concerned that this isn't actually going to happen, y'all, because it doesn't happen. It doesn't. We never do it. We never do it.
Well, you be responsible to make sure we get that.
Oh, baby, I will be.
You be responsible, so it will happen. How about that?
All right. I just want to point out that there's usually a 30-day, when we get notified that the grants are available, there's a 30-day turnaround. So, I think the idea of going into the strategic plan and finding things that resonate there, and certainly there are other grants out there too we can look for as well, but if it's this specific grant, it'll be a tight turnaround, and I'll ask staff the day that we find out that it's available, we'll let you know, and then we'll perhaps have to get with the mayor and schedule a work session to talk through what's possible or connect it to some of those.
Yeah, Mayor, I actually am going to withdraw my second because I think Commissioner Hamby brings up a great point. We have, last year tried to amend the scope of the grant to remove cannabis, and that didn't happen. So I think that, yes, this merits continued conversation throughout the year to ensure that our priorities are reflected in grant applications in future. So let's do that work. I don't need to necessarily get assurance tonight because our assurances have not been honored previously.
Commissioner Myers.
I just want to speak briefly in that, I've read all the books. I'm against the war on drugs. I've watched endless documentaries, and I agree with it. On local level, I want to talk to the people who are on the street. I want to talk to the drug force. I want to talk to the people who are working on drug treatments. I want to talk to the district attorney, the people who are on that drug force, task force before we decide how their grant money should be used. And so maybe I will go along with that in the end. Maybe there are other monies for drug rehab programs and education and other programs against violence, but I do want to talk with the people who are working in this area, just like we talk with the people who are working in the homeless area, with affordable housing area. I think we need to respect the people who are working here every day and talk with them before we decide we're changing how all their grants are. So I want to have that conversation as an elected official.
So is Commissioner Link's motion back on the table then? Does it need a
Second
second?
if they want, but I have
Seems to
not
have died for
seconded
lack of
it.
a second.
Okay, so nobody has the opportunity, does anybody else want a second? Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, all right. So we've got an amended motion on the floor from Commissioner Link, second from Commissioner Denson. All right. Everybody understand what the motion is? The motion is to approve the vote and request that staff prepare whatever is needed within their administrative mechanism so that when the grant cycle comes up again, a broader range of opportunities are explored.
Mr. Mayor, is an ordinance?
Go right ahead.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2022 operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Georgia Criminal Justice Coordinating Council CJCC Burn Justice Assistance existing local project grant program for expenses related to 4 investigator positions directly supporting efforts of the Northeast Georgia Drug Task Force and for other purposes.
All right. Go ahead, roll call, beginning with Commissioner Link.
So just to be clear, Mr. Mayor, we're voting to amend my motion, and then we're voting on the main motion, right?
I understood this to be an amended motion.
Well, it'll be amended if this passes.
If it passes.
Yeah, so we'll vote to amend my motion first, pursuant to the language that you just said, and then there'll be a vote on the main motion.
Could you read that language again?
So as I understand it, the motion is to amend approval such that staff will prepare in advance opportunities, including those around behavioral health and preventative activity that would be available for burn funding. And obviously, this is a grant program that's existed for over 30 years, so I'm certain that at least in terms of the research necessary, we can easily find communities that have spent funds on those kinds of items from this funding source.
Yep, that's right.
Okay.
All right. It's a motion to amend my main motion to approve the grant.
Yeah.
And after we vote on this, if it passes, then we'd vote.
Then we'd vote on the total. All right, so voting on this amendment, beginning with Commissioner Link.
Yes.
Yes.
Denson?
Yes.
Poole?
No.
Edwards?
Yes.
Myers? No. Thornton?
No.
Hamby? No. Davenport?
No.
Parker?
Yes.
4 yes, 6 no.
All right, amendment fails.
Sorry.
We return to the original motion. We'll begin with Commissioner Edwards.
What's this?
Yes.
Edwards?
Yes.
Myers?
This is the main motion
This
to
is the
approve
original
the
motion.
grant.
Yes. Thornton?
Yes.
Hamby?
Yes.
Davenport?
Yes.
Parker?
No.
Link?
Yes.
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 Denson?
Yes.
Poole?
No.
7 yes, 2 no.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it. All right, we're moving on to item number 21, which is the private pump station force main at 5100 Atlanta Highway. I understand, Commissioner Hool, you'd like to make a motion to hold this item?
I would, yeah.
Second?
Motion to table until our January voting meeting.
Seconded?
All right, motion to table till January voting meeting, which will be January 4th. Motion from Commissioner Hool, second from Commissioner Parker. Commissioner Hool is the motioner. Any subject discussion?
Basically, I just want to have sufficient time to better address the long-term liability the county may have for this pump station and to clarify what by right development the addition of this pump station will allow for that wouldn't otherwise be allowed by right.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Parker, a seconder. Any further input?
No, sir.
All right. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion to hold carries. All right, moving on to item 22. This is the community benefit agreement submitted by agencies wishing to qualify for rent reduction for use of ACC facilities. Is there a motion regarding this item? Commissioner Thornton.
I want to make a motion to put this on hold for 30 days.
Okay. All right, motion to hold from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Denson. Commissioner Thornton, any comments relative to motion?
No, I actually sent out an email which explained my position, and I will get with the manager and whoever, and Tim and GOC to see the best way to pursue it. So unless somebody has a question about my email, I thought I made it clear.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Denson, any follow-up?
Nope, I'm good.
All right, all in favor of hold till January 4th?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, item number 23 is the subdivision and tree management standards text amendment. This was subject of our recent work session. Is there a motion regarding this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Davenport. Commissioner Edwards is motioner. Any follow-up comments?
Appreciate the work put into this. It looks good, ready to go.
Commissioner Davenport?
Thank you, staff.
All right. Commissioner Parker? Yeah, go ahead and read the ordinance, and then I'll get Commissioner Parker. Thank you.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to community tree management and for other purposes.
Thank you. Commissioner Parker, go right ahead.
Yeah, so I was the one that delayed this, sorry y'all, because I had questions about how this change in policy might be used to incentivize affordable housing. Ultimately, I don't think it necessarily is a good mechanism to that end, as Commissioner Denson has brought up in, I think, a work session. it's not a good policy, and like keeping it on the books as is just kind of dooms future development to have the same issues with flooding and drainage that a lot of our existing neighborhoods already do. That being said, I am concerned in conversation with several of my colleagues that opening the gates to, you know, lots of development's not happening because of this ordinance, but if it were to, we're just going to see a lot of unaffordable housing, as we already have. You know, that issue is still not resolved. And if this were to be instead paired with the you know, recommendations from the inclusionary zoning group or other sorts of recommendations that have been put forward by the planning commission regarding, you know, ordinance amendments to incentivize affordable housing, we might, you know, together develop more, you know, create more development, but also more development that meets community needs. And so the timing of this is, I guess, what I ultimately call into issue. And so I just wanted to raise that to my colleagues and explain why I will not be supporting this moving forward tonight, though I am am supportive of this ordinance change.
Thanks, Commissioner Parker. Any further input? Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. My concerns actually echo what Commissioner Parker brought up. I thought I was going to be the lone wolf on this. I really appreciate all the time staff and colleagues have spent helping me feel generally like I understand and support why this is a good idea and needs to happen at some point. But I do have concerns about us moving forward on this without having the affordable housing mechanisms in place to accompany the development that we know is going to come by approving this tonight. Before we have that, just seems like the timing's off. So I guess I'll make them. No, I'm not going to bother making a motion. I'll just, I'm just going to say no. But my no is a yes for the policy and a no for the timing.
Thank you, Commissioner Houle. All right, roll call beginning with Commissioner Edwards.
Edwards?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Thornton?
Yes.
Hamby?
No.
Davenport?
Yes.
Parker?
No?
Link?
No.
Denson?
Yes.
Houle?
No.
5 yes, 4 no.
All right, so it's an ordinance, so requires 6 votes, so this is going to have to return to this body at a future date. All right, moving on to item number 24. This is the award contract for medical stop loss. I think, Manager Williams, you noted that this is just a continuity of existing activity, so you requested pass out with no action?
Yes, like some of the others that you're approving tonight, we put it in the cycle as we were going through a procurement process because we wanted to test the market and perhaps get a better deal. This is our existing contract. As it turns out, they were the sole respondent, so really it's an administrative continuance or extension of what we're already doing, which doesn't require Mayor and Commissioner approval. So we didn't have it removed from the agenda, so just ask that you consider passing out with no action.
All right,
and we'll continue.
Accept a motion to pass out with no action?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Denson, second from Commissioner Link. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, moving on to item number 25. This is SPLOST 2011, Project 22, the Youth and Community Enrichment Facility Design Services Contract Award. Of course, we previously had awarded the contract to the Athens Land Trust, and this is associated with that project. So entertain a motion regarding this. Got a motion from Commissioner
second.
Hamby, a second from Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Hamby, any further input?
No, I'm glad to see the youth and community enrichment facility moving forward. I remember the RFP process that was going through, and felt good about the folks who were going to be doing it, and glad to see it's going somewhere.
Commissioner Myers, any input as seconder?
No, I just appreciate the work that the Land Trust has put forward on this.
Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I mean, I'll echo Commissioner Myers. I really appreciate the Land Trust. This has been a long-standing commitment to see this facility move forward with lots of setbacks. And I'm just wondering if, I did bring up the West Broad location that was once upon a time, on the table for this facility. And I'm wondering if management has pursued those conversations now that that facility has no use and remains vacant.
Well, this is a school board decision.
Yeah, I know.
the reason why I think that was a preferred site for the response that we received through the RFP. And as I think everybody's borne witness to, that the school board's plans for that have gone through several iterations. So there has been no site decided for this, and that would be a possibility if the school board were so inclined. But that, at this point, we've not made any overtures since a couple of years ago when those overtures were made, and that's not what the school board wanted to do. So it's really a direction for them to decide.
Yeah, well, the direction has changed from what I understand, and they have no plans for that site. So I just ask that staff do the outreach to maybe initiate that conversation, because a lot of work and due diligence has already been done regarding this project with that site in mind, and I think that, we could save some time and energy and money if that site were to come back on the table.
And I definitely will share those comments with the user group.
I mean, it's certainly a benefit to the entire community, and there was a great deal of open-mindedness towards collaboration with the school district and programs and projects that would benefit school district goals as well.
Well, the selection of this architect, I think they do have some experience with, restoration. So
Yeah, I agree. The
should you
architect
choose
is-
them,
yeah.
I think they would still be a good design
Yeah.
professional in case that happened.
Yeah, I agree. The architect is highly qualified.
Any further input on this item? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Moving on to item 26. This is SPLOST 2020, Project 19, Subproject 1, which is Bishop Park improvements. And this is the award for professional design and construction administrative services.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Davenport. Any input, Commissioner Hamby?
Nope, ready to go.
Commissioner Davenport?
Nope.
Commissioner Houle?
Just had a quick question about why the change in the cost for design fees, if staff knew. Just noticing that now, so. There is an estimate that's been crossed out and replaced from 378,000 to 388,000.
I don't know the answer to that, Commissioner. The $10,000 difference. But I do know that this is what's been worked out with the design professional as to the final recommendation from staff.
Okay. It's not gonna get in the way of it. I guess it'd be helpful to know after the fact, maybe why that was. Thanks.
All right, any further input on this item? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, item 27 is SPLOST 2020 Project 11, Subproject 2, the electric vehicle accelerator. Describes within the agenda item the sort of gap that will be funded in our vehicle replacement plan with this program. Motion?
A motion to approve?
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Myers, second from Commissioner Houle. Commissioner Myers, any input on this item?
Yeah, I just want to call it out. We had two other renewable energy projects in our consent agenda, and this is one of the first few projects that our Citizen Advisory Board has been involved in and gave really great input as we try to follow through on our 100% renewable energy commitment. And I think it's just important to emphasize every time that these this is going to be for EV chargers, and then to supplement the regular vehicle costs with extra money to get them as electric vehicles instead of gasoline fueled vehicles. And by doing that, I think over 15 years of operating, these vehicles will generate 546 tons of net CO2 savings and $278,000 of net fuel and maintenance savings. So again, we are adding that $278,000 is money that we can use in our general budget for other things besides fuel. So I'm very excited about this as we continue on with our renewable energy projects.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Houle, any additional input?
Kudos to staff.
All right, any additional input from commissioners? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, number 28 is on-call professional services from Atlantic Coast Contracting for the Solid Waste Landfill Division. Got a motion for this item?
Motion to approve?
Second.
We've got a motion from Commissioner Davenport, second from Commissioner Hamby. Commissioner Davenport, any input on this item?
Nope, that's good. Thank you, staff.
Commissioner Hamby?
I'm ready. We're ready.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, moving on to item 29. We've not received the technical response from the state that's necessary to move forward with any response here. So I would just ask for a motion to hold this item.
So moved.
Second?
Motion from Commissioner Link, second from Commissioner Parker. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Did you have a question,
I
Commissioner?
did, just hold until when?
Until we get that report. So it may be as soon as next week.
So we might vote on this at next week's meeting?
We may.
Might we vote on it later than that?
We might also, depending on the state's response timeline. I don't know if you got any specifics.
No, we don't know. They're working on it now. Staff's been in contact with them. But that, and that's on that version of the map. If the commission, in the wake of this meeting decides they want to do something totally different, then you wouldn't have to wait on the map to return. You could begin on a different path if that's what you wanted.
Please put me down for a no. That's not unanimous, but we can vote on it tonight. We can vote on something tonight.
So let's wait until next week. We're going to have technical response.
Okay,
So,
but the
all right.
motion was to hold it, so I'm voting no.
Okay.
Thank you.
No on the hold, is that right?
Right.
Okay, yeah. Note that Clerk Spratlin, Commissioner Hamby's no on the hold. All right, moving on to item 30, the Vaccine Incentive Program funding recommendation.
So moved.
Second?
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Parker. Any input, Commissioner Thornton?
I am real pleased to see the different organizations are going to be applicable for this vaccine incentive program. I like mainly because they're in the community. They're there. They're boots on the ground. So I'm glad we've expanded the program to these other organizations. But I do have a question for the county manager. Do we have any reporting of the funds that we gave to Department of Health on their, and it might be in the report, I'm just reading a lot, but do we have any quantitative data about the money that we?
How many folks they've served?
Yeah.
Yes, I can send that out. They've spent most all their funds. They have, I received a request from them the other day. They've got some funds left. I was going to let y'all know about that. Some folks have not come back for their second shot. Of course, that's a voluntary thing, so they like to, rather than just sit on that money, go ahead and use it in the community. So, but they have spent most all the funds that you've given them in the form of vaccine incentives.
So you're saying that you will give us a report on how many people were vaccinated, how many dollars are left?
Yes.
I would suggest that any dollars left should come back to us or one of the new groups, if they have not spent those funds already.
Well, I'll send the report out, and then we can decide about.
I mean, it may not even be that much, but.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Parker, any?
Oh, just want to give my thanks to the applicants who have already been doing really great work in the community and will finally get some support in doing so and support folks in accessing vaccines. We got to get our numbers up. And then for staff for, putting together the RFP and evaluating the submissions. That's it.
Thanks. All right, all in favor? Oh, an ordinance, I apologize. Go right ahead.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2022 operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding from the American Rescue Plan, Coronavirus State and Local Physical Recovery Funds, to provide a COVID-19 vaccine incentive program to local health care providers and for other purposes.
Thanks, Attorney Drake. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right,
Mr. Mayor, if I might, just, I didn't have it pulled up, but, and I'll follow up, but just since we've started the conversation, Department of Public Health has about 300 cards left, and they'd like to offer them as limited time incentives for new first dose recipients at a few upcoming pop-up events over the next few weeks, and they'll be at Pine Woods, Athens Black Market, and Georgia Square Mall, where some of the areas their plan would be to offer the cards under the same residency, employment, academic qualifiers as before to 150 new first dose patients, and reserve the other 150 for those folks to come back and get their second. So that's their intent. They're looking for external into underserved areas. That's their plan, and I'll send that out as part of the report as well.
Thanks, Manager Williams. All right, I'm going to go ahead and have us take a 10-minute break. It is 8:13 right now. We will see you at 8:23. Welcome back to the monthly business meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. We're picking up on item number 31, the sanctioned homeless encampment. And the first element of this is a budget ordinance. And so Attorney Drake, if you would just read that budget ordinance so we have that in front of us.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2022 operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding from the American Rescue Plan, ARP, Coronavirus State and Local Physical Recovery Funds for the sanctioned homeless encampment provider contract and for other purposes.
All right, is there a motion regarding budget ordinance?
So move.
Second.
I got a motion from Commissioner Link,
To approve.
second from Commissioner Thornton. One Link. Thornton. Commissioner Link, any input on this matter at this time?
I am just grateful to see this finally moving forward. I've been advocating for something like this as just one of many tools we need to implement to address homelessness in our community. And I look forward to being able to tell some of these folks who are being kicked off other properties, at least telling them that they have some place they can go.
Commissioner Thornton.
I actually have just made up my mind on this one, and literally just made up my mind when I went to the bathroom. I'm going to support this. I don't want to seem wishy-washy, but there were some things that were said tonight by some of the speakers, and one thing as a young person, African American, before things were a little bit more open, I heard more than one time, oh, you don't have the experience. How do you get experience if you don't give people an opportunity? That's one thing. The other thing is we have kicked this road of homelessness down the road since I've been on the commission. And while we may not agree with this, I don't see anybody else has stepped up to address this in a holistic way. So when I say holistic, my assumption is that this encampment will work with more transitional housing and permanent housing. And my last thing is, and I wish I would have had the history that County Manager Williams presented to us when this first came up about the Navy School. The Navy School was where we were supposed to address homelessness, which would have given us a community to really make an impact. But something happened, and we ended up with that small little place, which does a great job of the day center. But most of the homeless people are on the streets because there's not enough room. I think at this time, I know this is probably going to go not well with a lot of folk that I've been talking to, and that's, that's okay. But I heard things tonight that to me almost was condescending, and it kind of offended me a little bit. I don't know where this goes to, but I know that it's something more than we have done as a local government, and given the history of where homelessness was addressed back in the 90s and where we are now, I'll be glad to work with anybody to help address this issue. But I don't want this to become a haven. I know the red light is on, but I don't want this to become a recruitment for people to drop off homeless people in other counties. We need to work with the surrounding counties for some real solutions instead of this being a drop-off place. I did hear one speaker tonight address that, and it bothered me a little bit, but I think this is a start.
Thanks, Commissioner. Further input, Commissioner Davenport.
Charles Hardy's going to do a really excellent job with this. He's very passionate about helping the homeless. And I also like the email that Mr. Evan Mills, Evan Mills at Advantage Behavior Health Director of Development and Housing Programs sent out the Advantage Behavior Health is looking to collaborate with Mr. Hardy and the Athens Alliance, and I think this is going to be good.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further input? Commissioner Myers and then Hool.
Yeah, I just want to speak to this project, and I am supporting it. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, as I know many of us here have. We have over 100 pages of documents, a very detailed contract, and as staff knows, I looked at it very closely, and I said the many, many, many questions about it. Because that we are trying something really new here, and we're trying it with an organization that's, I'm trying to put this in a positive way, going into a new space with what it's done. A couple of things have swayed me in the end to supporting this. One is that I do see all the work that the Athens Alliance has done, building the coalitions with the bigger vision and with Advantage. I appreciated very much the support we got in emails from both those organizations. I think the attorney's office has put in a lot of guardrails that make it certain that we follow through on this contract. And if there are problems, as I'm sure Mr. Hardy and the Athens Alliance does want us to do, he wants us to be responsible stewards. We need to do that for the community. There are ways for us to back out of this if it all doesn't work out. And I'm assured of that from what I got from the attorney's office. I also had this great change of heart when I thought about the money a little differently, because it's a lot of money, and I thought, man, like someone said, we could put someone in a hotel every night, except for at the hotel, they'd get a room. And that's it. And I've talked to some homeless people who work with homeless here, and they say sometimes it's actually very hard to find hotels. This fall, it was extremely hard. And there are lots of problems with security and other problems within the hotel situation when we put the homeless individuals in there. The way I changed this in my head was I realized when I broke down the cost of what we're really paying for the tent, the tables, the cooking equipment, the cots, the cost comes really far down. And so for the lodging itself and the dwelling, we're spending something like $15 to $30 a night, and that's my rough cost there on the tent, on the campsite, which is what you would pay if you were going to a campsite. The rest of it are these wraparound services that we are giving the people here and they would not get that if they were in a hotel situation. So when it comes down to it, I thought we have all these safeguards. There's a lot of thought, a lot of passion in here, and we're also putting together a homelessness plan with the $50K that we allocated to begin with here. So maybe there'll be some other great solution by the time we're finished with 22 months here. But anyway, after much thinking and many questions, I am supporting this.
Thanks, Commissioner. I've got Commissioner Hool and Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, boy. Been a long time to get here, and we got a long way to go. There's a lot to do, a lot more to do than just this encampment. It's one key piece of a very complicated puzzle, but I am very heartened to see this body begin to coalesce around a plan. I'm especially proud to live in a community that is beginning to step out and become leaders in this state to try innovative things to tackle very, very complex and large-scale problems that are both present now and old. Mostly, I just want to take the little bit of time I have here to thank the many people who have gotten us to this point. Athens Alliance Coalition has been out there day in and day out for a very long time, trying to help people and looking for some way to be able to help more. And I'm very excited that they're here doing that. I'm also very excited. I can't thank them enough for the work they've put in to get us here. Extremely thankful to both Bigger Vision and Advantage Behavioral for their partnership in this. They're playing small but very key roles in this, with Bigger Vision providing space for the people who will be staying at the encampment to get showers and do laundry and some basic things that enable you to live with dignity and also, be employed, things like that. And for Advantage to be present for those who want to engage. And a lot of what is happening here is we're providing a space where people can be met where they're literally at in a way that they can't otherwise, where they can be in a very precarious situation and finally given something less precarious where they can lawfully stay somewhere. And from there, they can opt into instead of being mandated into programming that Advantage offers. And I think we'll begin to see people take up Advantage on their programming because of the optional scenario they're in here, instead of being mandated by a court or mandated because they keep getting evicted and arrested from wherever they are. So I'm very thankful to both of those organizations. I'm also extremely thankful to staff. I do not want to downplay how intense the past year, probably, but certainly the past month for staff in multiple departments in the manager's office and the attorney's office, working tirelessly all throughout the weekend to make sure that we're set up very well to not only have the guardrails Commissioner Meyer spoke to, but to really have a proposal that I think is very solid for trying something so new and so complicated. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very enthusiastic in my support for this agenda item, and I'm going to speak to both the budget and the contract at the same time, because I know the contract particularly has been a very heavy lift for both our, community partners and staff. I don't have enough time on the little green light to give my thanks for all of the time that staff has put into making this possible. I know that there have been a lot of growing pains because this is a very innovative approach for both the organization and staff. Historically, we have not always worked with organizations like this because they don't have, what we've been talking about, the capacity. They haven't been given the resources or the institutional support to grow and take on complex projects like these. And so I'm really proud that we're trying our best to do that. I think we've probably learned a lot through this process, and I'm glad that we are open-minded and, flexible in that learning and that growth. So just thank you so much for that, and excited to approve this evening.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further input? All right, we'll go around, beginning with Commissioner Link.
Blink,
Yes.
Denson,
Yes.
Poole,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
Yeah.
Hamby,
No.
Davenport,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
8 yes, 1 no.
Thank you, Clerk. All right, we need another vote for the contract. Do I hear a motion for such?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we got a motion from Commissioner Parker, second from Commissioner Hool, and we'll begin a roll call vote with Commissioner Parker.
Mayor, just real quick, just to be clear, there's several items here in addition to the contract.
Yes, that is
So the award is the contract, it's the lease, it's the allocation of $25,000 for the nonprofit capacity building. So there's several things there beyond the contract, just want to be clear.
Thank you, and I apologize, I don't have that sheet in front of me.
Sorry.
Just for the record, could you indicate, Manager Williams, the choices, 1, A, B, C, and?
A through F.
Yeah,
Those are
so if I might, just because you don't have the benefit of that.
Thank you.
So approve Athens Alliance Coalition as the sole most responsive offerer to the sanctioned homeless encampment provider request for proposal solicitation. That's A. B is approve a contract with the coalition for the operation of the encampment for initial 12-month period, potential 10-month renewal. The full 22-month period contract cost of $2,542,691. C is approve an additional $25,000 for nonprofit capacity building for the Athens Alliance Coalition of General Fund Resiliency Package funds in conjunction with this award. D is approve the associated budget ordinance to allocate the ARPA funds for the $2.5 million and the General Fund Resiliency Package funds for the $25,000. And then E is approve a lease for the property located at 1,000 Barber Street for the operation of the encampment. And F is authorize mayor and staff to execute all contracts and related documents.
All right, and so motion for that from Commissioner Parker. Second was Commissioner Hool. All right, and roll call beginning with Commissioner Parker.
Parker,
Yes.
Blink,
Yes.
Denson,
Yes.
Hool,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
Yes.
Hamby,
No.
Davenport,
Yes.
8 yes, 1 no.
All right, thank you, Clerk Spratlin, I appreciate it. All right, we are moving on to item 32, the Eviction Prevention Program. And again, I'll go ahead and begin with a motion for budget ordinance, and if you'd read that for me, Attorney Drake.
So moved.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2022 operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding from the American Rescue Plan, ARP, Coronavirus State and Local Physical Recovery Funds for the Eviction Prevention Program contract and for other purposes.
All right, thanks, Attorney Drake. All right, motion from Commissioner Thornton.
I'll second.
Second from Commissioner Denson. Mr. Thornton, input on this item?
I would have preferred that we would have used the nonprofits that did a great job with eviction prevention in December. Very disappointed in the position that DCA has put us in to use these funds when we could have used it for other things. But it is what it is, and people are facing eviction every day. I don't see how I could support a homeless encampment and not support an eviction prevention, because those same people that we're trying to help that are currently homeless would become homeless if we are not able to save them now. This is long overdue, and so I'm glad we got a good applicant.
Thanks, Commissioner Denson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I first want to, like the previous item, I want to thank staff for all the work they've done, especially the manager's office, the attorney's office, Housing and Community Development, and also the Athenian First Development Corporation, who's going to be taking on this effort, and also the Magistrate Court for all the work that they did, plus Gwinnett County Commissioner Marlene Foscue for all the work that everyone did to kind of make sure this eviction prevention program got to this point we're at now. It's integral that we help people become housed and that we help people stay in their homes. Like Commissioner Thornton said, one of the best ways to combat homelessness is to make sure people don't get taken out of their homes in the first place. And this program will do just that. It'll keep people in their homes, help families be stable, help people keep their jobs, stay in their schools, stay in their communities. And this program will not only help tenants stay in their homes, but also will help mom and pop landlords recoup back rent that they would not receive otherwise. This program really benefits the entire community, and the pandemic highlighted the need for a eviction prevention program, but I think it's obvious that this is a program that's needed year in, year out, pandemic or not, and I look forward to this program being successful and hoping that we will continue it for years to come.
Thanks, Commissioner. I do want to note that I was able to spend some time on the phone today with DCA Commissioner Nunn, explaining to him that we were excited about our local willingness to help the community, but certainly wanting to the greatest degree possible to ensure that the funds that have come to DCA can be deployed here in the community. And he pledged to do those mechanistic things to ensure that that was the case. So I'm going to hold him to that, and I want to see, while this is successful, us be able to avail ourselves of that nearly $1 billion that the state was granted. So just want to let you know that I'll be following up on that.
And if I can just also point out that, again, thanking staff for actually making sure they created the contract in the right way, which it leaves the door open for us to be able to take those funds and use it in this programming rather than the ARPA funds, if we're able to. So.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Edwards, Hool, and Myers.
I have read both these contracts for this item and the previous item critically, and am thankful that they both have avenues for us to make amendments and changes as we move forward if both of these projects don't work. And but one thing I think is important is that we're doing something. We're acting to address a problem that we see in this community all over. We're all getting calls from constituents worried about folks camping out close to their properties. We're getting calls from businesses. Same reason, worried about folks camping out in their properties. I really see both of these plans within one package, and I'm just thankful that we're doing something, we're acting, but we maintain the flexibility to make changes for our actions. We're not just, and that's a beautiful thing. We're addressing a need, we're acting, we have flexibility to make changes to make it work better. So I was just talking to a judge today in the local courts. They're looking forward to this program. They're talking about the need to address eviction in this community. So one important highlight that this judge made to me in particular was how disruptive it is for the children in this community when they have to hopscotch around town living in different houses in the middle of a school year. You can imagine how disruptive it is just for a single person or someone without a child, but when you have a child going from one school to the other school, and you think about the long-term harm and trauma and damage it does to our community, that's what we're trying to solve here. That's the action that we're trying to take here with this package of these two programs here. So is it perfect? No, it ain't perfect, but thankfully we've got the flexibility built in so that we can continuously strive to make it perfect while we address changes that need to be made. So I'm grateful for the work staff has done to craft these contracts, both Attorney Drake and Manager Williams, and all the meetings that they've hosted throughout the holidays. You know, we really have a great staff. You know, when the chips are down and we need to do something challenging and innovative, they work hard. So let's do this.
Yeah.
Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I love hearing my colleague to my left here, I don't know if that's a pun now, getting passionate about this. It's like the leaf blower energy is really exploded.
Hurricane force.
First, I just want to thank you, Mayor, for connecting with Commissioner Nunn and hopefully lining us up to get some of those DCA funds. It would be great to free up the ARP money we're currently delegating, be able to use that. I have 3 clarifying questions. The first is, if we get those DCA funds, are we going to need to be voting again as a body on that, do we expect? Or will that just be an administrative adjustment?
My understanding is that it would be through their existing eviction prevention portal, but the kinds of things that Commissioner Nunn referenced were having people from DCA or contractors on the ground so that those funds could flow more rapidly than they have been. For the viewing public, those communities of 200,000 and greater got a direct allocation, and in fact, after a couple months of back and forth, have just gotten the opportunity to get a bolstered allocation from DCA, but because cities like Athens at 130,000 or make it 150,000 are in that threshold, we still are going to have to utilize the portal. But if there are some baton passing kind of measures that will get us faster access to that portal, that apparently is the kind of thing that they would entertain.
But since this is a budget ordinance to allocate ARP money, if we're theoretically, the majority of the budget for this is that relief money that goes to landlords and tenants, so.
Budget ordinance mentions up to that dollar figure, and so that could be displaced by these other state funds.
Okay, so maybe I guess just the thing that I'm sure staff will be doing, but to kind of make everybody aware of is kind of tracking, if we do get DCA money, which funds are being used so we can, draw back that ARP allocation.
I want to clarify one thing, Mr. Mayor. To Commissioner Denson's comment, this contract here is specifically related to the administration, the use of the ARP funds, and the federal guidelines that apply to that, and they're very specific. So, we couldn't substitute using this contract. We'd have to do another contract or amend it. We didn't write this because I don't even know what the guidelines are for the state funds. But, we didn't research that. So I want to make clear, right now, we've written this only for, using these ARP funds.
And I do want to note that, of course, there are two line items that are referenced at the beginning of this agenda item, one for administrative purposes and one for direct rent relief. And so what I anticipate is those administrative funds, the approximately $305,000, those are locked in. We're talking about using funds that Athens-Clarke County has received for those. What I'm anticipating is that we may be able to use some of those state funds rather than up to the 2 million or so of local ARP dollars.
Attorney Drake and I can get together and consult on that and following the mayor on that, the way that this might work, and it is in the scope of services that they would use their staff to try and access those funds and connect the funds directly with residents and not necessarily come through the government. If they're able to do that, and that's, again, to Commissioner Edwards' point, something that's evolving and we're trying to be flexible. But Attorney Drake's right, if we were to get a direct allocation of funds and then redirect it through the applicant, that would be a different contract that we probably have.
You're talking about facilitating and getting those state funds. That's a different thing.
That's right.
I thought you were meaning like we were going to use the state funds to pay them under this contract. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I'm not anticipating that those administrative costs will be somehow supplemented or modified.
And I think the step of setting up the mechanics to be able to do that, I think is a good first step to get the state's support behind that. Of course, they're having to deal with their own sets of regulations with how they receive the funds and how they distribute it.
I had two other very brief questions. So this first motion is just on B, essentially, right? This captures all of B, and then A and C will be voted on after. Is that right?
I think this motion is just the
budget ordinance?
Budget component, budget ordinance.
Okay. And am I understanding correctly, Manager Williams, that that's all of B is that? Approve the budget ordinance to allocate American Rescue Act state and local fiscal funds?
I guess you clarify that with the person making the motion.
If the motioner wishes to extend this to kind of multiple points, that's certainly an option.
Yeah.
Commissioner Thornton, would you wish to extend this to the full range of
That'd be fine.
Okay. Commissioner Denson, that's fine.
And just to be clear, that would be to A, approve the contract, because you've already awarded it to AFDC in the past. B is approve the associated budget ordinance allocating the ARPA funds, and C, authorize the mayor and staff to execute all contracts related documents.
Okay.
Okay, so we don't need to do it as separate things, we can do it all.
Yeah. I mean, given the consent of Commissioner Thornton and yourself. Okay.
Okay, excellent. And then the third was, just wanted to clarify with the attorney, when ACCGov is mentioned in this contract, or in the contract with Athens Alliance for the previous agenda item, action taken by ACCGov in those mentionings is referring generally to this body acting. Is that correct?
Right, you're asking if this body has to approve the termination of the contract, and I believe they do.
Okay. Or the ceasing of allocation of funds, correct?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I am supporting this. I am stepping back for a moment and looking at the bigger picture, and I just want to think about the people who are struggling in so many different ways for something as basic as housing. And it's very impressive that we, as a group here in a community, are thinking outside of the box creatively and critically to address this. There's still the administrator in me, the college administrator, who wants to look very closely at everything. And so again, I spent a lot of time looking at those over 100 pages we had on this agenda item. And of course, that's because we had one sole applicant who, like with Athens Alliance, is moving in a new direction in terms of running a program like this. And so, once again, I'm saying this out loud to myself, but also to other people who are listening and watching. There are many guardrails in place, and there are performance measures. And we didn't mention that the last time in our last vote, but there are performance measures in here that we will be looking for, and hopefully we'll be very excited to see how they're being met. I would like to ask the manager's office we have so many things on our minds, and assuming this passes, that we get monthly reports on this and on the eviction program, and also on the homeless encampment so that we can be diligent and fulfill our responsibility to make sure that these new programs in such new areas are going the way we want them to go. It's so easy to get immersed in the next 30 things on the next month's agenda, so I'd appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that's an excellent suggestion, and we will do that, once things get going. And of course, y'all did approve 2 positions which we're trying to fill to help, ARPA project manager, ARPA compliance analyst, and I think we would maybe seek to have a report that captures all the ARPA funding progress that we're making, not unlike our manager snapshot type approach, so that you'll have all of that at your fingertips. Good idea.
Thank you.
All right, everybody ready? All right, roll call vote, beginning with Commissioner Thornton.
Thornton,
Yes.
Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes?
Link,
Yes.
Benson,
Yes.
Poole,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
9-0.
All right, thank you, everybody. All right, given we are entering new business, I need a motion for suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second?
All right, motion for suspension of rules from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Parker. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? All right, hearing none, we're moving on to new business. First item of new business is number 33 on your agenda. This is a Lantern Walk Streetlight Settlement Agreement. Commissioner Denson, I know you've been heavily engaged with the neighborhood. This is in your district. Would you like to make a motion regarding this item?
Mayor, I will not be able to support this item. I do understand why we're moving forward in the way that we are, but I honestly just wish that we could have found a way to increase the amount that is going to be given to this community, so I will not support this item.
I will make a motion to approve.
All right, thank you. I've got a motion from Commissioner
Second.
Parker, second from Commissioner Edwards. Commissioners Parker, Edwards, any input on this item?
No, sir?
Commissioner Edwards?
I would just say, my gratitude that a compromise was struck in this regard. A settlement that makes some accommodation is better than years of litigation, perhaps resulting in nothing. So I'm glad we were able to come to the table and provide some accommodation for the residents here, and I thank them for working toward that compromise.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further input on this item?
Read the budget ordinance.
All right, go right ahead. I appreciate that.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2022 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding for expenses related to the Lantern Walk Streetlight Settlement Agreement and the Transportation and Public Work Department and for other purposes.
All right, thank you. All right, roll call vote beginning with Commissioner Parker.
Parker,
Yes?
Link,
Yes.
Denson,
No.
Poole,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
Yes.
Hamby,
No.
Davenport,
Yes.
7 yes, 2 no.
All right, thank you, everyone. All right, item 34 is a resolution regarding the Janssen settlement. This is part of the National Opioid Consortium that we've been part of for a couple of years. Entertain a motion for this item.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
All right, motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Edwards, any input on this?
Yes, hopefully our participation with this settlement will bring funds into this community to ameliorate the terrible effects of the opioid crisis that's been thrust upon us by unscrupulous pharmaceutical billionaires.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further input, Commissioner Link?
I will echo those words.
Those sounded like words from your lips,
Yes,
my friend.
unscrupulous pharmaceutical billionaires, thank you.
Any further input on this item? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, item 35 is a Stop Violence Against Women grant for the clerk of court. Is there a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards. I've got a second from Commissioner Davenport. It's a budget ordinance to read. Attorney Drake?
An ordinance to amend the FY 2022 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Georgia Criminal Justice Coordinating Council for personal service and operating expenses for domestic violence case supervision and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Attorney Drake. Any input on this item? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Similarly, item 36 is services training and prosecution for the Violence Against Women Grant Program for 2022. Is there a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards. I've got a second from Commissioner Thornton. There's a budget ordinance.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2022 operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Georgia Criminal Justice Coordinating Council's CJCC Stop Violence Against Women Act, VAWA competitive grant program for expenses related to 4 investigator positions and a records clerk directly supporting efforts to prevent and reduce crimes of violence against women and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. Commissioner Parker.
Thank you. So this grant is to approve, I think, 4 investigators and a records person to process and investigate sexual assault crimes. As a survivor of sexual assault myself, I take this issue incredibly seriously, but when I was sexually assaulted in college, I didn't know how many investigators were in my police department. I don't think my attacker knew, and that didn't stop what happened to me from happening. This is effectively a response to crimes that do happen in the community, but only for those that come forward. I never reported my sexual assault to the authorities because intimate partner violence is very complicated. The sexual assault is very complicated. My understanding is that a very large amount of folks that are survivors of sexual assault were attacked by people that they knew well, which creates complicated dynamics in which people are scared to come forward because they live with the person, or they're married to the person, or they're scared of the social retribution, as we've seen with victims, survivors that have come forward in very public cases, like what happened with Governor Cuomo. And so this is about response. In Facts and Issues number 2, it even names that this is response. Later on in the agenda item, it notes that these positions are to reduce and prevent violent crimes against women, but response is really more appropriately what we're talking about here. It's to process the claims of people who do come forward, which is the minority of sexual assault survivors. And so, as we were talking about earlier with prevention, I think Commissioner Davenport brought that up. We need to be thinking about actually stopping these crimes by investing in programs around teaching people about consent, so they know what the limits are before a sexual engagement becomes a crime. I've heard Commissioner Thornton bring up a program for teaching men about how to control their emotions or not resort to violence with their partners or with other women in the community. I was looking on the website about things that these sorts of grants can be used for, and one such thing is supporting organizations or programs that promote boys' and men's role in combating violence against women and girls. That's the kind of thing we need to actually stop this kind of thing from happening to people. And so while I recognize we do need some kind of response, we need to be processing the claims of people that do come forward. As with the previous grant we approved, we should be thinking about how in future we can genuinely invest in prevention. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. Speaking of Commissioner Parker's point, which is well taken, and I do plan to support this motion, but I just kind of wanted to mention a couple things to get on y'all's radar and the community's radar. I've been working with folks at the Cottage and RSVP, which is an offshoot of UGA, on a bystander intervention program or an upstander program. It has echoes of something that a coalition of organizations brought forth to this body when there were mostly different faces on it a few years ago, but a few of you may remember some packets being handed out from some groups at the time about programs in North Carolina that they were trying to get something modeled here after. So as that's moving along, I will be reaching out to all y'all soon about trying to get some kind of buy-in from the county on supporting these organizations doing the kind of intervention work that Commissioner Parker is speaking to prevent things from happening. And then I also wanted to mention work that the Executive Director of Project SAFE has expressed interest in. And just to quote her, it's taking a decriminalized approach to intimate partner violence that centers families and relationships, and that includes restorative justice, harm reduction, and healthy skill building. To clarify, by healthy skill building, she was speaking mostly to interpersonal communication skills, conflict resolution, things like that. So there's likely some overlap between those two, but they are distinct projects that are in the works, and if anyone here is interested in being a part of those, since they are in their nascent stages to some degree, I would invite any and all of y'all to participate. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further input? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, item 37 is the neighborhood leaders contract renewal, and as noted in the agenda report, this is for half of a fiscal year with the intent to sort of reevaluate and begin a full fiscal year with the coming budget cycle.
Mayor, I don't know if I need to make a motion, but I would like to put this on hold. I have spoke to the county manager, and I'm basing this on the same thoughts that Commissioner Myers had about performance. We do not have an updated contract with some of the changes. So I support the neighborhood leaders, but I would like to put this on hold. Manager Williams, I would like to put it on hold until February. Is that too long?
No, ma'am, and I appreciate that. I think that'd be appropriate length of time. I feel like we need some more discussion with the Prosperity Committee to formalize some of the recommendations that may be made, and that be done between now and February, and maybe come back at the February meeting. And I just want to confirm with Attorney Drake, we spoke about it earlier, but I think it was your opinion that we're kind of on a month-to-month basis with the contract. So if we were to hold it, even though the current contract reads the end of the calendar year, that was in the past, and we're on a month-to-month rolling basis, so we wouldn't jeopardize the contract.
No, I think you're right. We've been paying on, the contract's been on a month-to-month basis sometime, so I think if you're going to come up with new terms, we need to get those and get the contract amended, Ms. Oviedo, Commissioner Oviedo.
Thank you.
But with that, though, I would recommend that we do seek to get it on a fiscal year budget cycle, so it's not an off-cycle item.
No, I totally agree with that. I think that was our intent earlier. Things just happened. So, but I don't want anyone to think that I have any problems with the neighborhood leaders. There are things that they are doing now that was part of our work session that are not in the current contract. And I think we just need clarity.
A second.
All right, got a motion to hold until February from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Hamby. Commissioner Hamby as a seconder. Any further input? Commissioner Parker.
Thank you. And I'm appreciative of the clarifications that you provided Manager Williams at the behest of Commissioner Thornton, because I definitely didn't want to jeopardize their funding stream by holding this off, but I think there's good reason to, particularly for me. We talked in our work session about somehow formalizing a process by which neighborhood leaders could take what they are seeing in our neighborhoods and provide recommendations to us about policy and funding for addressing the issues that are commonplace. And so I look forward to using this time to coming up with what that looks like. I've met with, or spoken with Tim Janssen, and we'll be meeting with him again to ensure that that is mutually beneficial for us and them. It may look like having a meeting with them. It may look like a formal letter outlining some of their recommendations, timing-wise as well, considering if it might be helpful for us to get that information ahead of our independent agency hearing, so that we know what they know about what level of funding our local organizations need. So thank you for putting that motion forward, Commissioner Thornton, and look forward to hopefully working on that with all of you, so we're all happy with how that ends up looking.
Thanks, Commissioner.
I also
Commissioner Myers.
support that, and especially because we, in addition to all the points made, there wasn't a contract to review in the agenda report, and so since I've gotten so good at looking at the contracts line by line, I do want to make sure that I look at that first.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, further input? All right,
Anything forthcoming, we'll make sure it's redlined so folks can denote the changes in it.
Thank you, Manager Williams. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, item 38 is the 24th declaration of a local state of emergency, and sent notice, and just want to make clear for members of the public, this is the iteration of the local state of emergency that we saw in May and June when we were at a trough in case counts, as we fortunately are again. In the prior version that we've had up until tonight, there had been a barometer for enforcement of the masking order on private properties. We're not talking about our own public facilities, we're talking about private businesses, and that masking enforcement went away when we would fall below 100 cases per 100,000 of the population per week. And we're at about half that point now and have been well under that point for about 8 weeks now. And so in speaking with some business owners who are very strong promoters of public health and very safety conscious, they said that it was helpful for them if there was going to be absolute clarity. So I want to make it clear, we could reimpose a mask requirement, but given where we are now, they wanted their understanding to be clear that with 8 weeks of this lowered case count, we don't have a mask requirement now. Commissioner Houle.
I have two questions, I guess. The first is, when does our previous emergency order expire? Is it tonight at midnight, or is it after today at some point?
I always said expire on Wednesday, the following Wednesday at midnight, to make sure the mayor has time to sign it.
And did I understand you correctly, Mayor, that our mask mandate in public facilities will continue? This is just affecting the private facilities?
And that's an administrative mechanism, and so Manager Williams can speak to that.
Sure, thanks. And what we're doing, Commissioner Houle and everyone, is following the CDC recommendations. So, and very clear, very simply, what that means is in times of substantial or high transmission as calculated by the CDC, that all persons are required to wear masks. If it drops to moderate, then vaccinated persons are not required to wear masks, but unvaccinated persons are required to wear masks. And that's consistent with the mask mandate and the vaccine mandate that was passed earlier.
Okay. I guess where I'm at on this is I personally feel like we should keep the masking policy in place. And my rationale for that is that the data we get is after transmissions have already occurred and people are in the hospital. We're about to enter into cold months. Surges are high elsewhere in the country. I think there's good reason to believe they'll be high here again. New variant coming along, all that. I'd much rather keep it on the books and learn 6 months or a year from now that we kept it on unnecessarily long than to see things spike and wish that we did better now while we had the chance. And since the way our mandate works anyway, for the general public or the private sector, I guess, is that people can opt out. You know, the businesses that want to be stewards can still cite our ordinance to do that as they wish. I feel like now's not the time to pull the plug on the little we can do. I also feel like it's going to be confusing for people when they're in public facilities if the mandate is different in some places than it is in others. And finally, I'd like to point out that the data we got from staff is that 43% of our staff is still unvaccinated. And so I hope that our policy will remain requiring masks for everyone, because while we know 43% are not, we don't know in a given room or building who those folks are. So I guess with that in mind, my question for staff, attorney or manager, is if I were to make a motion to try to include the masking still in this, is there a way to refer to language that's readily available? Because I imagine that's a significant modification to this contract.
Well, I would just make a motion to reinsert the mask mandate provision that was in the prior contract.
But does that prior provision need to remove the language about thresholds, or is that not?
No, it just needs to be put back in there.
Well, then, I'd like to make a motion to that end.
I'll second.
Further input? Commissioner David?
If businesses have the options of opting out, if we do go with the mask mandate, and I'm always wearing a mask, so I encourage people in the public to do so the same, even if the business doesn't comply. But so I'm trying to get the logic. So if business can opt out, private business can opt out, what will be the purpose of enacting the mask mandate if they can opt out of it? Because if y'all see where I'm going here?
Well, and certainly I think what everybody recognizes is that, you know, we're in a state who's not offered statewide clarity. And so I think that sense of confusion absolutely understandable because, of course, you go across any of the county lines and things have been different for these many months. And similarly, of course, you fall below that case threshold and the enforcement goes away. So, there are a series of layers that make it easy not to know on a day-to-day basis, or as somebody rolls up Highway 441 and moves 40 feet up the road, exactly what dynamic you're in. So I think that's what you're identifying. Commissioner Link.
So, in reinstating the mask mandate as Commissioner Hull proposes, and I second, does that mean that businesses who do wish to comply can still rely upon Athens-Clarke County to enforce it?
No, I think that's what they're struggling with, as the ordinance is written, and just like our past one was, once it falls below 100 cases per 100,000 per week average, then there is no, it's not enforceable by ACCGov,
Could we
by police.
amend that ordinance language to a lower number? Because, I mean.
Well, I think, I would rather not, we've been in litigation. A lot of other communities have. I think we were following the model that Atlanta followed. I think we're wise to keep the mandate we have and not go back to where we were again.
So this is basically.
Especially right now with case count so low.
Yeah,
If you're going to do anything, I'd say put it back like it was.
Okay, but that at least gives some, guidance saying that, we believe this is appropriate as the governing body of this community.
Well, I think it's
correct?
the advantage what we have now does give a business an opportunity. A private business can require someone to wear a mask anyway.
Yeah,
You can't
I know
come in
that.
here, and they do that. I think what the mayor said he had heard was from some businesses was, if there's no way I can enforce it, I guess it just creates confusion. Now, is that what you heard, Mr. Mayor?
Essentially, yes.
And I guess they want to be good stewards, so I can't speak to all that, but I would request if it's a consensus of the body, not to just leave it like it is, let's just leave it like it is.
Well, Commissioner Hull makes very good points with the cold weather, people heading indoors. Increased transmission, we're seeing it. You look at the map of the United States and all those northern states are red. Same thing in Europe. Europe is seeing a surge right now because they're in a colder climate. And with this Omicron variant coming in, and the fact that our community is mostly unvaccinated. We're at what, 50%?
Just over 50%.
In order to reach real immunity in a community, I believe you need to be closer to 80%. We're nowhere near there. So until this community has evidence of a high vaccination rate, I don't think we have any business removing this mask mandate, or at least, by keeping it in this emergency order, we are making a very, very public statement of encouragement for people to continue to wear their masks when they're in indoor environments, especially indoor environments where they're unsure of the vaccination status of the folks around them.
Commissioner Myers.
To clarify this, what we're talking about now is just going ahead with the same emergency ruling. What's in here right now was taking out the requirement that if cases go above a certain level, masks are required in public spaces. And we're taking that out because that hasn't been the case for how long?
8 weeks.
8 weeks? Okay, but is our assumption then that if the cases went up, we'd put that back in?
That would have been my intent.
Okay, so we can do good community, we could put something, to clarify it, we could put something on our COVID page to clarify what the cases are. I think that would be better than to go through this. I think we should just go and put the clause back in until we have a longer period of time without cases high. And just for consistency, and then we don't have to bring the issue up again.
And Manager Williams, I know public information had been providing some frequent notice to the public of kind of where the case counts are. I'll be honest, I've not looked at that in a few weeks. And so perhaps we could just have a conversation with them about having some sort of consistent identifier on that local COVID page.
Yeah. And I think the numbers have been there and looked at it, but there's been nothing right there that says this. When I just pulled up the COVID page, and under the news items, I think having one of those items that says, right now, the emergency blah, blah, blah is in place with a link to it, however, because cases are below this, the right now cases, some sentence right there to keep it up there right in the front, because otherwise you got to pull all these pieces together to figure out what to do.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Davenport?
So, I support this, but at the same time, I think it's creating confusion because it's not enforceable, because we're under the, and businesses can opt out. But I just want to point that out.
Commissioner Link?
I'll just remind y'all that cases are ticking up in our area, and the wastewater data, which often is the best indicator of caseload uptick, is an upward trend. So, I mean, I would hope that by continuing to encourage masking in our community, we could stave off that upward trend.
Commissioner Houle?
And just to speak to Commissioner Davenport's concerns, I mean, like, you raise a good point, but that's the circumstance, that's been the circumstance all along, I guess. And so where I'm at, I think Commissioner Meyer's point is very well taken. I've gotten a number of questions from concerned constituents who would like to see that data more front and center on our homepage too. And so I do think sharing data and then maybe like a brief one-sentence snippet or something about how that relates to our ordinance is what we should continue to do and center as much as possible, but keep the law on the books as it has been. Because ultimately, I mean, if we're being honest here, this is mostly a law that signals to people what we think people should do. It's not, the enforcement component of this hasn't practically been much of anything all along, ever since the governor's order, quite a while ago. So I think that for consistency of messaging, I hear the nuance that some of the businesses have been experiencing. I can appreciate how complicated that might be for the people who are going that extra mile, but for the average person, I think it's as simple as like, oh, are we still expected to wear masks here or not? And the headlines tomorrow are going to read, ACC lifts mask mandate if we do that tonight. And then I think we're going to see a bunch of people just opt in to take them off everywhere that might otherwise choose to keep them on if we keep it how it is. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right, so motion on the floor to maintain the emergency ordinance in its 24th iteration as it exists tonight.
I think, Mr. Mayor, if we're going to do it properly, we need a motion to amend the ordinance to add back in the indoor mask mandate section.
Right,
and
so
then we'll vote on the item itself.
Okay.
Commissioner Houle.
Can I capture that in one, or do you want to, like, yeah.
So motion, you want to make a motion to amend the 24th declaration of a local state of emergency related to COVID-19 to add back in the indoor mask mandate as was set forth in the 23rd ordinance.
I make that motion.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Now vote on the item.
All right,
I need
now-
to read it. An ordinance for the 24th declaration of a local state of emergency related to COVID-19 and for other purposes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion from Commissioner Houle to approve, second from Commissioner Denson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, item 39 is the committee nominating report. And with a motion and approval, I'll read the names. Is there a motion to that effect? All right, motion from Commissioner Myers.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Denson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. So recommendations are for the Industrial Development Authority, Rushy Malcolm; for the Library Board, Alice Hunter, Anise Ritter, and Charlene Brickman; for the Tax Assessors Board, James Gilstrap; for DFAX, Rita Raines; for the Board of Health, Kathleen Kaysen. And there you have it. All right, now is that time when we move into items that were recommended by the Planning Commission regarding planning and zoning. Public input is taken up on these one at a time. Got Rick Cowick from the Planning Department with us tonight. First order of business is 250 Dublin Street. And so I'd like to open up public input on this item, 250 Dublin Street. And Officer, you may want to just open the door. I know there are a handful of people out there. So input is the same. We don't have anyone signed up for the 10 minutes. So once again, the light will turn green when somebody begins speaking. It will turn yellow when 30 seconds remain, and red when your time is concluded. So good evening. If you just let us know your name and speak to the item.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Josh Coons, resident here in Athens, and our firm has been assisting the Land Trust with this application. This is a pretty straightforward request to amend the existing PD. It is a very interesting proposal that was put before you before. For the Land Trust, though, we're proposing to decrease the density and develop the property in a manner that maximizes use of the existing infrastructure. This ultimately will help us work towards the affordable initiative. And the result really is something that's more consistent with the underlying zone as well as the existing neighborhood pattern. So I'll keep it brief tonight, given where we are in tonight's meeting, and just let you know that if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer anything I can. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone else here to speak to item number 40? All right, seeing none. Commissioner Parker, this is in your district. Would you like to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, as I previously laid out, I think in our agenda sitting session, I'm going to motion to approve this item. I'm really appreciative for the Athens Land Trust to reaching out to area residents for feedback on this proposal and incorporating that feedback into their final plans as well. I think that just inherently it addresses some concerns residents have had about parking and trip generation of the project, since it's actually going to be less units here. So all in all, looks pretty good. Motion to approve.
Motion from Commissioner Parker. Go ahead and read the ordinance if you would, please.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to amending a planned development comprising approximately 3.22 acres and located at 250 Dublin Street in the RS-5A PD, single-family residential airport overlay plan development and for other purposes.
Thanks, Attorney Drake. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, there's a second from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Link, any further input?
Yeah, I mean, I was a big fan of this project in its first iteration. I am a little sad to lose some of the density, but I do understand, the concerns from the community. And I understand that, this might make the land more, or the project more developable because it doesn't have to invest in the infrastructure that the other iteration would have needed. I do hope that we can move forward with some kind of special use process that would approve these cottage court projects in a more by right, or through a special use permit process at least. I feel like this is where we can inject a little bit of density into more traditional neighborhoods without having a huge impact of a towering apartment building or something like that. So, but I do support this project, and I look forward to seeing these perpetually affordable homes hit the market.
Thanks, Commissioner Link. And I do anticipate that cottage court design that was addressed in the kind of broad recommendations for affordable housing that went through the Planning Commission will be more specifically addressed in a code section in the coming year. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, is there any public input on item 41, which is 1310 Spring Valley Road? Is there any public input on 1310 Spring Valley Road?
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Just read your name into the record, and then you have a 3-minute opportunity.
Okay. My name's Gary Whitworth. I'm at 398 Deering Street. I'm here representing the Christian family, and it's hopefully you'll see the benefit of bringing this property back into the industrial zone. Given a little history, it was back 60s, 70s that the vision of industrial park was created. And from that, we have numerous industries out there. And a lot of those industries came with the understanding that it would really run from Spring Valley Road across Highway 29, and it encompassed about 3,500 acres. And from that, we're probably down to 1,500 acres, which includes this 289 acre tract we're talking about tonight. But it's a part of our community, it's a part of our growth. The vision of creating this park was, I thought, I've been working in it for 40 years, had the opportunity to locate a lot of these companies out there. And if you look at a map, it's a big hole in the industrial park, this 289 acres. It joins Johnson & Johnson, Noramco, it joins what's now Boehringer Ingelheim, and it's one track removed from Nakanishi, which just those three are huge taxpayers to the county. And this represents, I just was figuring just the real estate value. I took the major companies out there. It was over $154 million tax base that it's bringing in. Now, you're going to hear a lot of opposition from the neighborhood across the street, but this property was there and industrial before the neighborhood was developed. But I'm going to let my son take over and tell you a little bit more on it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to speak with us. Good evening.
Hey, Grant Whitworth. I live at 760 Meg Street. So yes, we're here. After years, we've convinced the family that we need this property to be back into the industrial zone, mainly because we compete as a community for job creating opportunities. We compete with other communities. Now, the way the world is now with economic development, companies will not look at a property or come here unless it has the right entitlements. They'll move on. They have other people offering them free land. They have plenty of other opportunities. Now, the companies that we are trying to attract here, we're not a distribution area, first of all. This is companies that are corporate type campuses. A lot of these companies are green oriented, that we're trying to promote young, high paying jobs for young people coming out of our community. You know, a lot of these companies focus on renewable energy. I mean, there's mandates for all of them. So, and you know, what we are trying to attract are similar to businesses that are out there. They're pharmaceutical, they're tech jobs, they're light manufacturing. The restrictions with EI is only with the manufacturing. The industrial side of this is not really industrial, it's employment. We're looking at more corporate type campuses. So with that, you know, we want it to be aesthetically pleasing. We're looking for job creation. These companies want aesthetically pleasing sites. So we have talked, because we've had a lot of conversations with commissioners, we've talked to the owners about, we would look at increasing the setbacks there in front of the Thomas Farm neighborhood. We understand that they feel like they're being encroached on. Now, we disagree because when that property was approved, there was a 200-foot buffer there because this property was already industrial. But we would look at putting it going from a 10-foot to a 50-foot setback on the frontage there along that it's about 1,000 feet. So it's, you know, that's, you know, something we would look at talking about doing. And, you know, we're here to create jobs for the community. We are quickly running out of land. We are quickly running out of opportunities for these type campuses. And I hope y'all will support us and support, you know, the future for us and the job creation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and, you know, y'all just let us know.
Thanks for coming this evening. Good evening. Just let us know your name for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
I just wanted to clarify, it's 3 minutes individually because...
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. My name is Alex Morshante. I live at 106 Gretchen Lane in Thomas Farms in Winterville. There are 4,400 acres roughly in this county that are undeveloped and that are labeled as industrial. There are, like Mr. Whitworth just said, running out of land, and in counter argument, running out of land for housing as well. There are many opportunities for the area in question, and I know that it's difficult no matter the decision that is made. I thank the commissioners, Parker and Hool, for responding to my letter that I sent to the commission a couple days ago, because every single aspect of this decision has to be taken with great scrutiny. A lot of my neighbors have been living here either a short amount of time or since the inception of the neighborhood in the first place. My perspective of it is a lot different. While they were establishing their families or retirement homes, I grew up in Thomas Farms. I moved here when I was 10, 14 years ago in a couple days, actually. I'm now 24, and it's essentially my home. It is my home. And a lot of the neighbors that I didn't meet until now are friends of mine now. And I strongly feel emotional in this specific proposal. There's no doubt that like any sort of economic opportunity to create jobs in Athens is an admirable one. And I have nothing against the Whitworth family or the Whitworths or the Christian family for trying to sell their land. But there is a great amount of problems that we have with this, whether it be safety concerns, which if any of you have driven on Spring Valley Road, you know that it's very difficult to manage constant heavy traffic on that road since it's winding. It's a narrow road than the adjacent Athena Drive and Voiles Road. There are extensions of the ongoing making of the Firefly Trail that would make it extremely difficult for people to comfortably and confidently travel on that trail. And it just makes, it's not even just the encroaching on our neighborhood. It is the encroaching of what could potentially be there if there is housing, if there is any sort of other opportunity near this neighborhood. And I just wish that that were to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Just read your name to the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
My name is Valerie Porter. I live at 160 Gretchen Lane in Winterville, in off of Spring Valley, and Thomas Farm. I stand with my neighbors with the concern. I've only been there 3 years, so this is my first time doing anything like this, but I feel passionate about the neighborhood, even though I haven't been there but 3 years. I believe in maintaining the quality of life in the neighborhood. One of my big concerns, along with everybody else's, is the impact of any industry right at our front door pretty much. Even though I live on 160, it doesn't take me but a minute to get to the main street. And that's the only in and out that we have for the neighborhood. So traffic, to me, is a great concern. Already, even though Winterville is a small place, the traffic can be quite heavy at times. So that's one of my concerns. And just like my neighbor Alex just explained, the street is very narrow and windy. So I don't know if work will be done to sort of improve the street as well. And I too feel like, even though it was said that the county is running out of land, it seems to be enough land for everything else, a lot of student housing and everything, and that's great. And I believe in developing jobs for people, but I also think there should be consideration if you're going to build something, maybe housing for residents who are struggling looking for housing, more housing in that area since it's a residential neighborhood. And those are pretty much my main concerns. And like I said, I just stand with my neighbors and trying to resolve the matter.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Porter.
you.
Good evening. Just let us know your name for the record, and then have 3 minutes.
My name's Angela Green, and I live in the Thomas Farm subdivision at 269 Taylor Lane. Thomas Farm is directly across the road from the land under consideration for rezoning. I don't know if you're familiar with this stretch of Spring Valley Road, if you've driven it recently. It's between Athena Drive and Voiles Road. It's retained a rural nature despite its close proximity to the industrial development. Some might say it's even lovely and worth preserving, and I believe that it is. Those of us opposing this rezoning understand that ACC needs a vibrant economy, and we understand that change marches on and nothing lasts forever. That said, does ACC really need to do irreparable damage to this part of the county by allowing industrial development? To have a vibrant community, we need jobs for people, but we also need places for people to live. And we need cultural and recreational activities. ACC has made a significant investment in wonderful parks, in facilities like the Linden House and the Morton Theater. Clearly, the mayor and commission understands the importance of quality of life here in ACC. Evidence also suggests that the mayor and commission understands the need for affordable housing in our community. We see rezoning of this property intersecting with those needs for housing and to support recreational activities. In this case, it's the Firefly Trail, which is directly across the street from this parcel of land. This is a perfect area for housing. People want to live near recreational trails. It's likely the Firefly Trail will also spur economic development along its route. Who doesn't need to motivate their children or their grandchildren with an ice cream cone while out on a long bike ride? Of course, the landowner has a right to sell this land, and sadly, it's unlikely that it'll remain farmland. We think housing is a better use because it's less disruptive to the natural environment and will minimize traffic from large vehicles along Spring Valley Road. Opposition to rezoning has brought the Thomas Farm residents together, and in that sense, it's been a very good thing. Many in the neighborhood have attended neighborhood meetings, the planning commission meetings. They've written emails to planning commissioners and to the mayor and commissioners. Due to illness and work and family responsibilities, not all of our neighbors are here tonight. We are a diverse group of people who love where we live, and we ask the mayor and commission to take that, as well as other points we have made, into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Good evening. If you just read your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Marlene McKee. I live on 115 Ashland Court in Thomas Farms. And we moved here from Indiana a year and a half ago. And I've literally been sick. I have cried over this because we bought our home in a neighborhood that we felt was a safe community, we moved from a place that had industrial and industry, and we know that over time it is going to change Thomas Farms if that gets rezoned. And I also know that on Athena, it's set up different than Spring Valley. Spring Valley is actually a lot more narrow road, and there's ditches on both sides. And in this last year and a half, I've lost 3 family members. 2 of them were in industry areas, and one of them was just commuting within the community with text driving. None of them were their faults. So it does concern me, the danger that this is going to bring, because on Spring Valley, it's curvy. And when I saw the map the very first time that I went to the first meeting, my heart sunk when I saw that that was right across the street from us, and there's 2 entrances. And I decided to try the other entrance that I don't normally go out of, just out of curiosity, the view, and almost got hit because how close it is. And I already know that there's going to be other things going on, Athena. I just don't understand the need to have something on Spring Valley. The fear of the unknown, how many businesses, where the entrances are going to be, what type of traffic flow. Really, bothers me. And so all I can do is just plead with you guys to please leave that the way it is. Plus the depreciation of my house I'm concerned about, and Mr. I don't know his name, he talked about taxes, but since we've been here, our taxes have gone up several hundreds of dollars. So as a community, we're paying taxes too, and I know that businesses do too. So I'm just pleading with you.
Thank you, Ms. McKee. Good evening. Just let us know your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Callista Quarterman. I live at 224 Taylor Lane in Winterville. I've been in that community since the beginning, and I oppose to the rezoning of the land for commercial use. The road is inadequate for the commercial use because it is winding. We have people that are riding their bikes, and I just fear for them. The cars are, racing up and down the road. I think housing over there, if you had to put anything over there, would be more adequate. And I just would like to keep our neighborhood pristine and quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quarterman. Good evening. Just let us know your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Klaus Nang. I stay in Thomas Farm at 157 Gresham Lane. And I've been over there for 16 years, which I was over there when it first started up. And I enjoy being over there. And since I've been there, I've seen a lot of people move in, and I've seen a lot of people move out. But mostly I've seen a lot of older people, retirees, move in because they thought it was a good place to be. There's a lot of retirees staying over there. And I'm also retired, and I enjoy it. And I think that it'll be nice if we could just put some more residents around over there than commercial buildings. And I heard the man said earlier about they need more, run out of land, they need more land, but we got so many buildings around now, ain't nobody in them. Company done left them set. So why can't they restructure and use some of those buildings? Just keep building more buildings and, which it'll attract more people, I understand that. But they got stuff they can use that'll want to push us back and raise our taxes. And what happened to us after we getting older, on fixed income, we can't pay our taxes. What happened to us? It's something to think about coming down the road. It sounds like it might be a good fix for the commercial part of it now, but look at what we got to deal with. We need a little confidence in where we at, that we'll be safe where we at. And, they changed it back and to help this man to save his taxes. Now they want to change it back to we pay more taxes. Something don't sound right with that. Don't sound like justice being served in that deal right there. That's all I got to say.
Thank you for commenting. I appreciate it. Good evening. Just let us know your name for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
My name is Lisa White Rogers, and I live at 172 Gretchen Lane. And I did also send an email, and I do hope that many of you have actually driven down that road. If you look around when you drive down that road, it is residential. There is nothing between Athena and Vols that says that is industrial. And no one who bought a house in that beautiful neighborhood, no one would have thought industry was going to come in across the road. For years, I have waited for the neighborhood that was going to come in across the road because that's what that area looks like. That's what it feels like. And putting industry across the road from my beautiful neighborhood is going to change my neighborhood, is going to harm my property value. And we have started to look for a house in another place. We've started to look around because we don't want to live across the road from industry. And we never would have thought that was going to happen in that neighborhood. My son will be driving soon. I don't want him pulling out of our neighborhood if there are larger vehicles coming, if there's any more traffic actually up and down that road, regularly coming out of my neighborhood. Somebody is coming up behind me faster than I would prefer. And so that is a residential road. It does not need business. And like I said, to know that, you just need to drive down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Good evening. Just let us know your name for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is William Rogers. You've met my wife. I live at 172 Gretchen Lane. I'm standing opposed to the rezoning request as it currently stands. You've got my email from October 27th. It's part of the briefing notes for tonight, so I won't rehash a lot of what's been said there. You've heard some impassioned pleas from my neighbors. What I'm going to talk a little bit about is that we've got a chicken and an egg here, and I don't want to stand in the way continually to progress for the county and for the family that does have a right to sell their land eventually. What worries me is that this is being approached with no plan whatsoever. They want to go ahead and rezone it, but they can't tell us what's going to go in and what the impact to the neighborhood would be. If Johnson & Johnson wants to build another plant out there, they've been excellent neighbors to those of us in that area. There hasn't been a large disruption to us. There hasn't been a large disruption to traffic. The opposing side to that would be the clear cutting of trees, also by the Whitworth Land Trust, up and down Athena right now. It would also be the building of what appears to be a shipping facility that has lain dormant now for 6 months on Athena as well. I'm confused by some of the plans that have gone into play without consideration to what's really going to happen out there. It seems rather haphazard. For me, for my neighbors, we stand opposed because we don't know what the impact to us is. And that's hard to judge without a plan from them other than saying, no, it's just time to sell. So today, I'm asking you to stay opposed, if you are opposed, and to consider, hopefully, a future where we could all agree that that would be profitable for them and equitable for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. All right, this item is in District 9. It's Commissioner Thornton's district, so I'm going to ask you to begin, Commissioner.
First of all, everybody knows that I really support residents and their concerns. That's always been my mantra, and it's always kept me safe, whether I agree or disagree. I think what community residents feel and think should be in consideration. I don't know how much more. I have driven down that road, and it is a narrow road. I've ridden by there, but I think the history of that area with Thomas Farms is that land also, according to my research, used to belong to the Christians, and they turned it into housing development. And the only reason that, the reason that I was told, I don't know if it was the only reason, that they had zoned it from agriculture, from industrial to agriculture, was because of tax purposes. So it originally was industrial. So when I ran on economic development. I ran on high quality of life and jobs and housing. And from my perspective, to have housing, you have to have good jobs also that pay livable wages. From what I understand, and I guess the unknown is that would bother me too, be honest with you. But at the end of the day, I think that in good faith, the Whitworths have looked at the buffer, which was suggested by some of my colleagues. There are some other possibilities down the road that Carol and I had talked about, but I don't, just us. So we're not ignoring the residents. I think that the old-fashioned factory industry smokes, that is not what I think this development is looking for. I think it was designed or described as a corporate campus. We're looking for high-paying jobs. We're looking at taking in consideration renewable energy. But for the housing piece, we have to have good jobs. We have to have 21st century jobs. So I'm going to support this or make a recommendation, but I'm open for any discussion. But I really do support this project, and I do respect the concerns of the residents, and I do think that anything that, as this development moves forward, that that there should be a relationship between the developers and the residents.
Commissioner, is that a motion for approval?
It's a motion, sir.
And you referenced the buffer. Are you including the 50-foot buffer opposite Thomas Farms?
Yes, sir.
All right, so motion for approval, including the 50-foot buffer opposite Thomas Farms. Motion, is there a second? Second. I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Hamby. Any follow-up, Commissioner Hamby? No. Commissioner Link?
Yeah. I just want to point out to the residents that this is not your hardcore industrial uses. There's a pretty long list of prohibited uses here, including retail restaurant over 10,000 square foot, so you're not going to see a strip mall there. No major event venue or theater, so that's, those are things that generate a lot of traffic that's not allowed there, or semi-public halls or lodges. No heavy manufacturing, no slaughterhouses, no junkyards, no transfer stations, landfills, asphalt plants, mining. There's distribution centers warehouse distribution centers are prohibited. Manufacturing of foods is prohibited, or actually there are some uses that are allowed through special use, so it has to go back before this body. And so I feel like there are some guardrails up to assure that inappropriate activity doesn't happen there. Some of those special use items or special uses that would have to go back before this body include restaurants or bars. They include, printing and publishing, bakeries, manufacture of foods, food processing, wholesale storage and distribution. I would like to ask a friendly amendment to Commissioner Thornton if we also include distribution center as a use that is required to go through the special use process that some of these other uses must
That was a question I think that Commissioner Hull had about, was that your question? And what was it that you?
Well, I'm cautious about getting too out of order here, but to answer your question, Commissioner Thornton, one of the concerns that I had was about the allowed use of a distribution facility, correct? And I've heard various nuanced points about that, but that's part of what, at least for me personally, has me still feeling kind of uncomfortable about this. I wouldn't say unconditional rezone, but the the limited conditions that are currently in place on what's otherwise a straight up rezone. Yes.
Rick, on this question of distribution center, obviously, many of those kinds of businesses that Commissioner Link noted, bakery, pharmaceutical facility, do some distribution. Is there a distinction in code between a distribution center, like we think of an Amazon center, and a facility that does some distribution as part of their business?
Yeah, I think it would tend to be the primary use of the facility. If it was just accessory to the pharmaceutical business or other business, then the trucking is just part of that, it's accessory to it. If it was just primarily a trucking terminal, like McLean, I guess, something like that, then obviously that would be a distribution center.
Or like the FedEx that's around the corner.
Yeah, something that's just about trucking.
But, I understand. So to answer your I'm sorry, Mayor.
No, and so I guess what the question you are raising of the petitioner, Commissioner Thornton, is, would you eliminate distribution as a primary activity, as a dominant activity from the list of permitted uses?
Well, I'm saying not even eliminated, but put it in that special use permit category where it does come before this body and we have the means to assess the volume of the distribution or how impactful it would be.
I think instead of moving it to special use, I think you'd probably just want to prohibit it, and then if they want to bring it back, it would come back through you anyway.
So there's all these other uses that go through special use. Why can't we just put it in that category? And one of those special uses is wholesale distribution. Like, that's permitted if it goes through special use. I don't understand much the difference between distribution center and wholesale distribution, and why we can't just put distribution center in that category to give it that extra level of review.
I will say, and this is a nuance that I don't know, Rick or Judd, either of you could do. I never have had an occasion when we moved a use to special use. We've prohibited some uses in commission-defined options. I don't know if they've got some input.
Yes, the ordinance sort of defines what is a special, by the use table, what's a permitted use, what's a special use, and what's permitted by right. So, I think if you just limited that, any uses, and then they want to bring it back later, we've seen that with the size of the hotel we had recently at the Millworks, or whatever they call that now. But other people have come back just to add a use, and they could just come back through. Now, special use does have a binding plan. I mean, you could, certainly if it came back before you, you could make that a condition of approval that they bring back with a binding plan, just like a special use would be.
Does the attorney have any insight onto, would it be inappropriate to
Yeah, my concern is that we list those special uses in the tables like he says, and so those are supposed to be established, and then we're going to now start doing it through these zoning actions. I think that's getting into more of a arbitrary area. I think I would follow I think we should just, if we're going to do it, prohibit it.
Because I've crafted plenty of CDOs where we, add those prohibited uses, but it's inappropriate to do special,
I move to prohibit distribution centers.
As a primary use.
Yeah, I move to amend Commissioner Thornton's motion to prohibit distribution centers.
I'll second.
I have another question for Commissioner Thornton about the 50-foot setback. That setback doesn't stipulate the woodedness. Like, from my feeling is the folks in this community really value the rural nature of that area. And, in our grading ordinance, we stipulate this 20-foot wooded buffer around the construction of a new development. I would like to propose that 50-foot buffer include a 20-foot undisturbed buffer on that street frontage just directly across from the AR. And I feel that will maintain some of that rural feeling of that area. And it will also prevent the project from putting an entrance on that end closer to the neighborhood, which, takes it away from the curve. Hopefully they'll move their entrance up to that straightaway that is away from the neighborhood.
Mr. Chair, can we do just one motion at a time here? We got the distribution one on the table.
Kind of thinking of this, obviously we're having this conversation on the floor.
Yeah.
it's one thing simply to say a 50-foot buffer, and it's another thing to say in a very kind of clear way, prohibited use of a distribution center as the primary activity of a site. You know, some of these other elements, obviously, we would have preferred to have had some prior written notice of, for clarity's sake, but I'd be glad to go ahead and see if the body would approve this amendment.
Can I speak to my motion, please?
Please do.
Okay, so on the distribution center, look, this lot is not going to be a distribution center anyway. I mean, it's on Spring Valley Road. It's a two-lane road. No distribution centers are getting built in this area, period. So to provide some security to Thomas Farms, I'm willing to make this amendment. I think the developer has no objection. All the distribution centers are getting built out in Houston by I-85, Jefferson, Jackson County. So I don't see the problem here. Let's move forward.
So we've got, the amendment was from Commissioner Edwards. Who was the seconder?
I was.
Seconder was Commissioner Hool. Could you do a round robin for the amendment, Gene?
Are you voting to accept the amended motion?
No, just on the amendment.
Just the amendment, and
Okay,
then we
yes,
would go
yes,
to the
yes, that's what I
core.
was asking, yes.
Just on the amendment.
Yes.
Just on the motion to amend.
Edwards,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
Yes.
Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport,
No.
Parker,
Yes?
Link,
Yes.
Benson,
Yes.
Poole.
Yes.
8-1.
Now back to the original motion.
All right, we're now back to discussion.
We need to vote on the adding a 50-foot buffer CDO that Commissioner Thornton talked about.
That's what we're doing now.
Right, yes, so we're back to that original motion. And I've got Commissioner Myers, who I haven't heard from yet, and then I'll get Commissioner Davenport.
I have to say, I'm a little confused. And I would really suggest tabling this for a month. I'm concerned that I don't know if the neighbors have been, we talk about neighbors being involved in developers or landowners planning things, talking with, getting input from the people in the area. It's not clear to me if that has happened. I've read the materials that I've gotten from people who are interested in the IE part, and there's always this talk of a campus being there. And as our last speaker said, if Mr. White, knew that it was going to be a certain sort of development there, he might be okay. It's the unknown. There are many other things that are in here, like convenience stores, like vet clinics, like self-storage areas that can be, these are not the nice corporate campuses here. So it feels like we're picking one thing and another, and the buffer, and it just feels a little chaotic to me. The 10-foot buffer or 20-foot doesn't even seem that much if you're talking about a beautiful corporate campus. Why can't it be back 50, 100? So anyway, table. The motion is to table it.
I second
For how long?
I second, yeah, how
For how
long?
long?
30 days.
Well, we have,
Well, we can't table for more than 30 days, so it'd be one cycle.
okay.
So I second it.
I already seconded it.
Well, you can second it.
Yeah. Mostly so I wanted to speak to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Yeah, I mean, I think some of the ideas that are getting thrown out are great. Limiting the uses for the property, perhaps enhancing the buffers. We just didn't have a lot of time to think about it ahead of this meeting, nor did we have the opportunity to engage the residents. I know that we discussed some of our concerns at the agenda setting session, but then we immediately had Thanksgiving, and having an extra month to have these conversations sounds like it sounds like due diligence to me.
Mr. Mayor, I want to make sure we're on time, so is it 30 days under there was on ordinance we can table?
Well, that's 40 technically,
we're fine
but
then.
effectively it's one cycle.
All right, yeah, we're fine as long as we do it. I was making sure because that was going to
We
be on.
would have to see this January 4th.
Yep, that's right.
And Commissioner Davenport, I apologize, I neglected you earlier. Please go right ahead.
No, I was gonna, well, I thank my colleagues for tabling this, but the resident has come out. I know we've been busy, and a lot of things on the plate that we've been discussing over the past 30 days, especially during our agenda setting, but the resident have legitimate concerns. They bought their property and they want to improve their quality of life, and I believe our rezone will, as is, will decrease their quality of life and decrease their property values, and we should honor that. And I've asked the developers to to talk to the residents, to explain to them, the process and explain to them what's potentially can go over there. And, we do need to engage the residents because they, like the residents have stated, they are taxpayers. They're taxpayers too. And these individuals deserve a right and a voice in the decision-making and our policy-making. So tabling it for the next cycle, I think it would be great, and it gives the developer opportunity to communicate with the residents, and the residents communicate with us and the developer.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, any further input before we vote on the substitute motion to table? All right, motion to table till the January meeting. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, let's see this on January. All right, item 43 regards 600 Pulaski Street.
Oh, Jesus, me again.
Oh, I apologize. I missed 42. So eager was I for the conclusion of the agenda. We're moving on to item 42, 2855 and 2865 Riverbend Road. Is anyone here to speak to item 42? Good evening. Just let us know your name, and you have 3 minutes to provide some input.
Okay, my name is Hewlett Smith, and I am a local business owner. I just wanted to say I really haven't been up here in a long time, and I really have enjoyed listening to everyone tonight. And one of my passions is economic development. And in 1997, I'm an occupational therapist. I moved to Boulevard from out west. I was a traveling therapist for a few years after I left the Medical College of Georgia, and I came here and I started a company called rehabmart.com. And we're an Inc. 5000 business now. We employ 50 people in the Athens area. We have an office behind the mall. I have a condo there. We have an office a couple miles up 316, and we also have an office in Elberton where we do some order processing. So we're a local business. But a few years ago in my neighborhood, Gene, the local pharmacist, we decided to start doing some college housing because Gene was just interested in it, and it's called Coney Prime Properties. We have about 100 bedrooms in Athens. I guess our biggest property here is we own most of River Station off Atlanta Highway, so some townhomes. But we saw some land on Millage about a year ago that we purchased, and Charles Bowden with Sprucewood Builders, he's our builder. It's 2855 and 2865 Riverbend Road. We're building affordable multifamily housing. Again, we're very committed to the community, and I'm also planning to I'm 50 years old, I'm planning to spend the next 15 years growing my company, Rehab Mart. So this housing business is just a side business that Gene and I are doing. So we're asking that you guys reconsider. We have the 2 lots there, the 2855 and the 2865. We're asking for rezoning to RM2 so that we can put 4 bedrooms on each lot. And that's the request, but we just respectfully ask you to consider that. And then our engineer, he's going to come around and give you some more information on that location.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Further input on item 42? Evening, just let us know your name for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
All right. Logan Waters. I just want to speak really to the context of what we're asking for. We are asking for to double the density, but we're not asking for 200 to 400 units. We're asking for, instead of having 2 bedrooms on a single lot, to be able to do 4 bedrooms. And whether that's as duplexes or even a single family home with 4 bedrooms, we think that you're limiting so much of the market by only having 2 bedrooms on these lots. It's really hard for a young and upcoming family to afford living in a 2-bedroom house for 5 years, having children, and then having to upgrade, versus allowing a young family to buy a house with 4 bedrooms, build equity, become established in the community, and then really thrive from there. So we think overall it'd be a better fit, and it also allow for a wider market. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Appreciate
Thank you.
it. Is there anyone else in the hall here to speak to item 42, Riverbend Road? Commissioner Edwards, this is in your district. I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm still hoping to hear from some folks on the Planning Commission. I was a little surprised to see this had unanimous denial from both staff and planning. So I'd just like a little more time, so I move to table this one too until our next voting meeting.
All right, motion from Commissioner Edwards to table. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Link. Any further input?
Mr. Mayor, just verify. There were two items, two ordinances here, one to amend the future land use map and one for the rezoning itself. So I don't know if that takes
So
away.
I think we'll do two votes. So,
Okay.
motion to table the future land use map. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, second vote to table the rezoning.
You want me to read those before we vote on them, since they're ordinances, or since we're tabling it?
I think we can wait till next month since we're
Okay.
tabling. Motion, Commissioner Edwards, to
So moved, table.
table the rezoning. Second, Commissioner Link, table the rezoning as well. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? All right, motion carries. We'll see you in January. All right, item 43 regards 600 Pulaski Street. And so if anybody is here to speak to 600 Pulaski Street, now is that time. Good evening. Just let us know your name, and you have 3 minutes to provide input.
All right, thank you. My name is Lori Bork Newcomer. I'm with Architectural Collaborative. We're the architect on the project. And I'm also a resident of the subject neighborhood. The proposed project is for 16 townhomes that will be for purchase with design, quality level, and price points commensurate with the other single-family homes in the Pulaski Heights neighborhood. I want to emphasize that this application is specifically to reduce the impact of the CN zone property by removing the required ground floor commercial use. The proposed project follows the zoning requirements in every other way. We feel that removing the extra level will be of great benefit to the neighborhood by reducing the scale and vehicular impact on the street. And when we were hired, our client was prepared to build the commercial level with the residential above, which they can do by right without going through this process. But as a resident of the neighborhood, I encourage them to pursue the special use request. Having residential porches and garden patios along the streetscape will be much more compatible with the surrounding single-family houses. Our client didn't like the idea of delaying their project by 3 months for the process, but they were willing to go along because they understood it would be better for the neighborhood. Not every developer would have done that, especially knowing that it opens the entire project up for public input. And I think we should recognize that and commend them as opposed to putting restrictions on the project that wouldn't otherwise be there under standard zoning. I believe the neighbors who attended our community meeting in October were also supportive of the request, by and large. I know Mayor Gertz was there, and he can probably speak to that. The CN zoning allows 75% lot coverage, 42 bedrooms, and 65 feet in building height by right. The potential density was set long ago with this designation. Our 16 units are currently no higher than 38 feet from grade, with the majority of the front facade stepping down to 2 stories aside from the stairwells. The building height is currently much less than zoning height allows, and I really don't want to add another story back into this. The floor plans and the price points on these units are not student-oriented. This is a quality residential in line with other single-family houses in the neighborhood. And it's at a density which is generally more sustainable for growth in our downtown neighborhoods. The Athens-Clarke County Future Land Use Map designates this property as residential mixed use, which is described as follows. These are residential uses, 8 units per acre, that are intended to form a medium-density residential neighborhood. Most of the units should be designed for individual ownership in townhouse, duplex, or small lot detached single-family housing types. This is exactly what we are proposing with the 16 townhouses for individual ownership on 2.65 acres. The requested special use meets all other criteria set forth by the commercial neighborhood zoning. We ask that you please consider this request to decrease the potential impact on the street and approve this request to eliminate the commercial level.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And this is District 9, this is Commissioner Thornton's district?
I think there are.
There's some others as well?
Yes.
All right, come on down. I apologize, there was a line earlier. And if anybody else is here to speak to 600, you can just come on in and line up. Good evening.
I'm Josh Coons, and we're assisting Lori on this project as well. I just wanted to touch on a couple of items that did come up when we were speaking with the neighborhood, specifically traffic related. It's actually phase one is what you're looking at, and relatively low impact as Lori described compared to the potential of the underlying zone. And that's where I think the real potential for traffic comes from, is how this property is zoned already, not necessarily anything related to this request. This request will actually decrease the traffic by removing that commercial component. To put it in sort of traffic count numbers, it would decrease from 165 trips per day down to about 94 when you take out the commercial. We have to consider the whole build out of the property though, so I don't want to just sort of look at phase one, because there are plans to move on to phase two if phase one is successful. And specifically related to that is a discussion that occurred about a second driveway. That second driveway is required if the total traffic count for the property exceeds 250 trips per day. What's interesting about that number is it's the presence of the residential component that sets that trip threshold. If there wasn't any residential on that property, if it was all commercial, a second driveway wouldn't be required unless the traffic counts actually approached 750 or 1,000 trips per day. That's standard with what we have to deal with. So whether it's one sort of residence or many multifamily residents, it's kind of where it comes into play. And we actually think the low density being proposed of the residential count suits a single driveway access, and specifically at the controlled intersection of Barrow and Pulaski. The second driveway would potentially route a lot of commercial traffic behind the residences that are being proposed, where their driveway access would be used as a cut through, and potentially has a second driveway at a location that might not be controlled like the existing three-way stop is. It would turn into a four-way stop. So a lot of technicalities there, but they were things that did come up as we talked things through with neighbors, and just want to let you know that happy to answer any questions related to any of that, and anything we can do that helps you consider this project. So thank you.
Thank you much. Is there anyone else here to speak to 600 Pulaski Street? All right, it's District 9, Commissioner Thornton.
I have spoken to most of my fellow commissioners. I would just make a motion that that this special use be approved, but I am open for any question, but that would be my motion.
Second.
Okay.
All right, motion from Commissioner Thornton for approval of special use, second from Commissioner Edwards. Please do, thank you.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to special use approval in the CN Commercial Neighborhood District on the approximate 2.65 acre parcel of land located at 600 Pulaski Street and for other purposes.
Thank you, I appreciate it, Attorney Drake.
Mr. Mayor, seeing that this is going to draw debate, could we take 5?
No, well, this is the last thing.
Let's do it, let's go.
All right, I'm going to listen to y'all from the TVs.
Okay.
All right. Fine, Commissioner Davenport, I'll get down the road.
Seconder?
Oh, I apologize, seconder. Thank you.
I'm happy to support this project. I think that this is an example of a project that this body would do well to think critically about, open their mind about in the future. We have desirable areas close to downtown that could see an increase in housing stock. We need more housing in this community. This developer, this architect has a proven track record in this community of thoughtful design that is renowned nationwide. So I think this is a great opportunity to increase our housing stock in a desirable area that that truly does need more investment for pedestrian safety. That there's no denying that. I think the sidewalks need to be improved in this corridor. There's many people who walk in this area, it being so close to downtown. So I don't see this as a one or the other. If this project doesn't happen, this street still needs a sidewalk. So I think this is a great project and a great area, and will be successful for this community. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Davenport.
Okay, at first I was gonna vote to deny this project, but this is a special use, so they can go ahead and build by right and put commercial downstairs, which would be bad for the traffic and the neighbors. I'm not 100% good, I don't really fancy the design of it, but if you look at the two houses to the left and to the right and some houses up the street, it kind of matched that type of new urban feel. You know, most of the homes are the 60s, 50s style, but I'm going to support this project because I believe that I know there's people who want some of my colleagues want the affordable component, but if you add that affordable component, it's going to entice more students to move in or to purchase those homes. And that neighborhood is mostly family. They do have some college students who live down that street, but mostly it's family with kids. But I think this is a great project, and I encourage my colleagues to approve it.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Parker.
Yeah, so I initially raised a lot of questions about this project. I was really concerned, particularly about the vehicular impacts, given that its scale makes it seem a little scary. It seems like, oh man, there's already a street that's really narrow, people are ducking and diving around cars, and I've almost got hit by a car out there and stuff. So seems like they would have impacts on that very narrow corridor. But to know that it actually, and to realize, to understand through continued study of this agenda item that it actually reduced vehicular impact and that there will be parking on site and the commercial element will be removed, makes me feel a little bit better. I think Commissioner Edwards raised a good point that we do need more housing in this area. Granted, saying that it's commensurate with the price point of the rest of the area does not really offer me a whole lot of reassurance, given that it's kind of an expensive place, and it wasn't always. But we do need more housing, and this is a low-impact manner by which we can incentivize it or, authorize it in a place that is very walkable, very accessible to amenities around town, and where we need it.
Thank you. Commissioner Link.
Yeah, my initial reaction to this project was, a reluctance to approve without there being some affordable component. But, understanding the density and the current allowed uses and the current trends of that neighborhood, we certainly don't want to increase this density to enable that affordable component. I don't even have a problem with the scale or the design, although I feel like it is going to be kind of a shock. But my issue is, these are townhomes to be sold, fee simple, but there's nothing, I went through the document with a fine-tooth comb, and there's nothing to assure that these townhomes can't be bought by a corporate developer and used for student housing, or bought by individual investors to be used for student housing. And I see, and seeing that there's, limited parking on site, which is fine for an urban area and family homes. You shouldn't encourage more than one parking spot per home. But if this does become student housing, you're gonna need a parking spot per bedroom. Pulaski Road is about this wide. I go down it on my scooter at least 4 or 5 times a week. There's already parking issues. Seeing what's happened in neighborhoods in my district that have narrow streets, that have gotten a whole lot of student density, like West Hancock, where, a little old lady died inside her home because her driveway was blocked, and where a school bus couldn't get down the street on a regular basis because there was so much additional parking from those increasingly dense student housing in what is traditionally a single-family neighborhood, but because of that RM zoning, it allows, multiple students under one roof, and because of this CN zoning, it will still allow those multiple students under one roof. So that is my big consternation here, and I would like to make a substitute motion to table this so we can have a conversation with the developer to put that guardrail in, to see that these fee simple townhome condos are owner-occupied townhome condos, to prevent the infiltration of luxury student housing. And, there's already a lot of students on Pulaski Street. I mean, back when I was a student, I knew lots of people who lived there. I went to plenty of parties there back in the day. But there's a different demographic of student that is causing trouble in some of these in-town neighbors. It's a very entitled, wealthier, kind of Greek-oriented student demographic, and they're the ones that are living closer and closer to downtown, and they're the ones who will be able to live in such luxury accommodations. So that is my biggest concern here. I do not want to make life hell for the folks of Pulaski Street if this project were to flip to primarily student housing.
Attorney Drake, this mission to table, but, contingent on this kind of prospect of requiring that tenants be resident owners outside of an HOA arrangement, is that a legal mechanism?
I'm not sure you can do that in zoning, Mr. Mayor, but I'd have to do some research. I can't answer that tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly my understanding. Obviously, I've lived on the block for 23 years, and so I've seen the ebbs and flows of activity on the street. And, I've come to understand that as an individual, I sometimes wish I had a magic wand and could make all kinds of things happen, including keeping people from using their cars unnecessarily. But I also understand that, we're living in legal contours that we set up. And I appreciate that these are evolving, and certainly the work that I think Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Denson and other great residents of this community are doing in the inclusionary zoning realm really is going to increase the affordability in a great number of mechanisms. You're going to see the first fruits of that labor probably in February. So I'm really excited about that. In the context of this block, I certainly would much, much, much prefer the residential street frontage versus the commercial street frontage with residential above, which could happen right now if somebody walked into Doherty Street and just pulled a permit. One element, Rick, I have heard a couple questions about is that phase two. And so what I've described for neighbors is the reality that not every use would be available given parking constraints. Can you talk a little bit about that? So let's say that within the zoning category, there was and I'm kind of pulling this out of thin air. Let's say there was a live music venue permitted, but the realization was that a live music venue would need 200 parking spaces. What would then happen if somebody came to your office?
Yeah, and I think Mr. Coons talked about it with the 250 trips limitation. So he was right. Whenever you have multifamily, and if it's going to exceed 250 trips a day, you got to have 2 driveways. And we mentioned that in our report as saying, we've got this 94 something with the residential. There is this commercial building back there, and even if that stays or another new building goes in there, it's going to be limited on what they can use it for. If it was all office, and I think they've denoted it as office right now, I think they would just be at that, under that 250 trips. If it became retail, restaurant, anything like that, you're going to be exceeding that 250 trips. Now, that's with that size of building. They could make a smaller building perhaps and stay under the 250 trips. Before when this came through for a variance some years ago, when there was other plans for that property, they were going to use off-site parking for on the Council of Aging property. So there could be some off-site parking spaces, and that may also bring them below the 250 trips for this site. If other trips are being generated on another site for parking, there may be a chance of putting something in here and not having those trips actually generated on this site.
Thanks, Rick. That's helpful in the context of this. There is a substitute motion to table. Was there a second to that? Commissioner Myers.
Just a clarification on that, on the parking. Did you just say that because now the design only has one driveway, that reduces the number of parking spots that are allowable, or?
It limits the uses possible.
So if you had two driveways, what would that allow you to do? How much would the parking increase?
Yeah, you wouldn't have if you had 2 driveways, you wouldn't be limited to 250 trips a day. And the main reason for that is with all our multifamily projects, we want to make sure if some driveway is blocked, even this is for neighborhoods as well, we don't want one long cul-de-sac for a neighborhood. We want 2 ways out. So if there's a tree down or a utility line break or something, there's another way for folks to get in, or emergency services to get in. If there's an accident right there, people can get in, emergency services can get out or in. So like Mr. Leak mentioned, we want to avoid those kind of situations where an accident or something would stop the ebb and flow of traffic.
So in this design, once we put this in with the one driveway, they can't have another drive. There's no, I haven't looked at this again. There can't be another driveway, is that correct?
Right now, it's all the way across the frontage except for the driveway with the building. So yes, they would have to lose a unit to add a second driveway.
Okay, so we're actually limiting the number of cars, not only by not having the retail on the bottom, but by having one driveway, is that correct?
Right, you're limiting the 250 trips a day.
Commissioner Hool and Thornton.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I was here last meeting, questioning this for similar reasons that colleagues brought up, and at this point, understanding that this is essentially a down zone, and what could go in by right would be even bigger. I don't really feel like we have the leverage, so to speak, that we normally would, and in a lot of ways, the developer is doing something good for the neighborhood by making it smaller. And so that's been enough to win me over that we should move forward on this. But I did want to share, I had an interesting exchange with a constituent on this, where I basically was iterating that as part of my rationale, and they were like, well, when you talk about what can be built by right, y'all are in charge of what can be built by right too. And so speaking to the mayor's point about some of the good work being done by the task force, I feel like that's the start of a lot of work to be done, and I hope that we can find a way to start moving more of that stuff through sooner than later, because a lot of what can be done by right here, I think it needs reexamination. But given where we are now, I'll support the motion on the floor.
Commissioner Thornton.
I do want to say, when I became a commissioner, they were just doing the Prince Avenue complex.
100 Prince. Yeah.
And I got all of this beat back from some of the residents because it was still in development. They were worried about college students. They were worried about noise. They were worried about traffic. And I am pleased to report those worries did not come true. It's very family oriented. There's kids there, there are elderly people there, and there are young people there. Of course, retail has not opened up over there, so we're still waiting, to see how that's going to do traffic-wise. But the development has turned out to be an asset for that area. And it is almost the same concerns that the Thomas Farms folk have, not knowing. And that is always, but I think the due diligence of Lori and Mr. Coons, I think they're coming from a very reliable place. And I have talked to the residents that live on that street. I have talked to more than one, including the mayor. So my motion still is, I don't know if did anybody second me?
Yeah, I second.
Okay, my motion still stands and from there, mayor.
All right, if we go ahead and do round robin, Jean?
I have one more quick comment.
Oh, apologize.
I just want to point out that when we did approve the 100 Prince project, there was specific stipulation that it would not be student housing, that anybody who moves into that complex, that the lease is based on their own personal credit. They could not have a cosigner, which is typical of students. They typically have their parents cosigning. So that's what's kept that project more diverse and more amenable to everyday working folks. So I just want to restate my concerns about the high potential that some of these units could go to student housing and then end up driving out the folks who do buy them for ideally the retirees and wealthy empty nesters or whatever, who are ideally the market for this, I would presume. But if they start flipping towards students, those folks will start leaving.
And Jed, you read the ordinance?
An ordinance to amend, this is 44, Mr. Mayor?
43.
I must have already read it. I'll read it again. I think I did, but I think I read it, Mr. Mayor, but I'll read it again.
I thought you did, but
Yeah.
I got lost in my own mind.
I'd already put it in my folder, so I must have. I use them.
Okay, all right, roll call with, beginning with Commissioner Thornton.
Yes.
Thornton?
Yes.
Is this a substitute of original?
This is the original.
Okay. Hamby?
Yes.
Davenport?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Link?
No.
Denson?
Yes.
Poole,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
8-1.
All right, thank you all. All right, and then finally, we've got a text amendment just regarding this rear setback based on some lots that have been platted but not built quite some time ago. Commissioner Parker.
I just wanted to ask when this got put on the agenda. I can't recall. I feel like this was, I can't remember just yet.
Came up in agenda
I
setting.
did? Okay, I'm so sorry, yeah. I have had questions from constituents about this. And so I'm not sure, honestly, what action to take this evening. I'd love to hear from my colleagues about the benefits, or planning staff, if they're still here, about the benefits of this change.
I think some elements of this came from a project in Commissioner Hamby's district.
Okay, yeah, can you speak to that, Commissioner
Actually,
Hamby?
over in Towns Walk was approved many years ago, and with a different type of setback, but they slowly have almost built out the whole neighborhood, I think, with the exception of 2 homes. And these 2 homes have recently fallen under the new setback. So the Towns Walk was approved with a different setback. These new homes would like to be built with that approved thing instead of the new setback.
So it's in response to a specific.
I don't think it's going to apply that much to it, but it does need to be fixed.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, looking at the zonings that it applies to, doesn't seem like it applies to a lot of my district, but just wanted to clarify that for the public.
If I was going to say Creekside Manor, we've had about 3 variances lately on Creekside Manor.
Well, that was probably approved and the same. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Second.
I got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Edwards. Any further input or seconder?
Ready to vote.
I'll read the ordinance.
Please.
An ordinance to amend the code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to single-family RS zone property development standards and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it. Commissioner Hool.
I'm ready to vote as well. I just, we didn't invite if there's anyone here to speak on public comment, and we got the doors closed, so I just wanted to make sure we did that before we did.
Thank you much. Is there anyone here to speak to item 44? Apologize for that. Thank you for noting. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, now is that time when we have public input regarding any item not on the agenda tonight. So, is there any input from the public on any item not on the agenda tonight? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sam Raffle. I live at 230 Spalding Circle. I'm proud of how I teach my science students to collect and analyze data and make good decisions from that. In the movie Apollo 13, which I used to show to my students, there's a scene where they're about to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. Their spacecraft is virtually dead, but they've got to figure out a way to correct their trajectory so they don't burn up and die upon re-entry. The lunar module pilot, Fred Hayes, is saying to the ship commander, Jim Lovell, that I don't think they have a re-entry plan. Lovell, who's played by Tom Hanks, responds, well, Fred, they've got half the PhDs on the planet working on this thing. What makes you think we don't have a re-entry plan? Hayes says, I can read and I can add. And he was right. The half the PhDs on the planet did not have a re-entry plan, but the Apollo 13 crew helped create one, and they got back home safely, and the rest, as they say, is history. Well, I can read and I can add. I've discovered some serious public safety issues, and I've been compiling data to try to find cost-effective ways to make improvements. I want to go over 2 of these with special emphasis on equipping our fire department to perform their level of training. First one is to fully implement option 4, the ACCPD recommended improvements to our 911 system. And that's where we handle all calls from beginning to end and include emergency medical dispatching as needed. My understanding is Captain Radford has moved quickly on this, and we should see this being implemented in the first quarter of 2022. I think 1 month into this, we're going to look back at that and wonder why we ever did it differently. Second thing I want to look at is to properly equip our Athens-Clarke County Fire and Emergency Services to perform at their level of training. And I think when we do this, we'll look back and wonder why we ever did it differently. So I'll close tonight by asking, why would you train someone to start a life-saving IV, or to give an airway opening breathing treatment, or to give a very basic cardiac medicine that can keep a citizen from dying, and then not give them the tools to perform those tasks? It makes no sense, and it's a tragedy waiting to happen. Why would you give up the chance to save lives and reverse negative outcomes for the citizens of Athens-Clarke County at their time of greatest need? Perhaps we could explain to our neighbors why we would not equip our Fire and Emergency Services Department to perform to their level of training and improve outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your comment. Other input.
Good evening, y'all.
Good evening.
Bob Gadd from Winterville, Georgia. We've recently discovered our fire department has up to 120 members that are medically trained, with many being advanced EMTs and paramedics, but they aren't fully trained to match their level of training. This is like having a mechanic without a wrench, a carpenter without a hammer. I don't know who's to blame for this, but it's a huge loss of opportunity to keep your citizens from dying. Part of your job as elected officials is to put yourselves in the shoes of your constituents. There's been a record number of your citizens die this year, and I can't help but think in part due to the fact that fire personnel aren't equipped to start even a simple IV. Many of these deaths are the results of shootings like the one in 5 Points, Stonehenge, a student hit by a car downtown, and multiple auto accidents on Pulaski Road where hemorrhagic shock occurs due to blood loss. In these cases, IV fluids need to be established quickly before vascular collapse occurs. Since National EMS still uses ambulances that are equipped to run emergency 911 calls for non-emergency transports, their response times are often unreliable, and fire services can get to the patient much quicker. Do you really want your fire department to respond to a school shooting or an officer down and not be equipped to treat them adequately, then have to wait for National to arrive? I think all of y'all's first priority is to keep your citizens safe. By equipping the highly trained and dedicated men and women in fire services, that will go a long way in achieving that goal. Thank you, happy holidays, and good night.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming this evening. Anyone else here to speak to any item not on our agenda tonight? All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for closing business meeting. We will be, of course, meeting next Tuesday for a combined work session and agenda setting meeting preliminary to our January meeting. Fortunately, I think there are 12 or 13 items on that agenda, so it's relatively small. Do want to note that I've had discussions with some of you, but not all, so I'll be reaching out to everybody because I'll be providing new committee membership lists before the end of the year, just as we rotate committee chairs, as is often the case, do some distributive leadership through the body. I'll also be reaching out to ask for prospective committee assignments, because of what I would like to do, as I did, I think about 1.5 years or 2 years ago, I think probably even before Commissioner Myers and Commissioner Houle were on board, is put in front of you everybody's interest in prospective committee assignments, so we can kind of see what rises to the top and prioritize those. So just want to give you a heads up on that. In addition, there are a couple items that I emailed out for feedback from commissioners last week regarding prospective federal funding. And so just be interested in your thoughts about that as we move into the new year and really begin some of the kind of more detailed work around federal expenditures. So that is everything that I've got. Manager Williams, I think you had a couple of items. I wanted to be able to provide you with a couple of minutes as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And a practice that we had prior to COVID was, we would have staff come into the chambers and we would share in their accomplishments and awards, and we didn't do that this year. It's the last meeting of the year. I know it's been a long day. I just want to take a few minutes. We have over 40 offices, departments, agencies that comprise the day-to-day operations and services that is the unified government. Every day, our 1,700 employees provide foundational services to our residents with pride, at a value, arguably, and at a level that is award-winning. I'd like to review briefly just some of the many awards won this year and highlight the peak level at which the people who work for this government is, and it's frankly amazing. So very quickly, some broad areas. So with regards to just fundamental services and infrastructure, Solid Waste received a 2021 International Safety Award for their COVID-19 response from the Solid Waste Association of North America. They received this award for their efforts to protect the workers and public while continuing to provide service without interruptions. Corey Jones also received the 40 Under 40 award from Waste 360. Transit scored an A- in its most recent triennial review for grant management performance and adherence to our current Federal Transit Administration requirements and policies. Public Utilities, the Environmental Protection Agency presented our Public Utilities Department with the 2021 WaterSense Sustained Excellence Award for promoting WaterSense and water efficiency. The award marked the 5th consecutive year PUD earned this prestigious recognition. All three of the water reclamation facilities, the Beecham Water Treatment Plant, the Middle Oconee Water Reclamation Facility, and North Oconee Water Reclamation Facility, each won a Plant of the Year award at platinum status from the Georgia Association of Water Professionals. The J.G. Beecham plant earned its 13th consecutive Plant of the Year award at platinum status. In addition, the Cedar Creek Water Reclamation Facility won the 2020 Plant of the Year advanced treatment in the 3 to the 6 million gallons a day category. Cedar Creek Water Reclamation Facility also takes second with 2,615 votes, was runner-up in the national 2021 Emerging Government Leaders NOPE Award, which was that annual March Madness-style voting competition y'all were a part of. The Georgia Water Coalition named Athens-Clarke County as one of its 2021 Clean 13 in the state for its efforts to protect Georgia's water. The award was due in part to Athens-Clarke County embracing clean energy by adopting a goal of making its entire community powered 100% by renewable energy sources. And the Water Conservation Office received the Fox McCarthy Award from the Georgia Waterwise Council, a section of Georgia Association of Water Professionals, which recognizes an outstanding water conservation program in Georgia. With respect to resident engagement, our PIO received second place award in the video PSA category by the National City County Communications and Marketing Association for the Stay Strong Athens, We'll See You Soon, COVID-19 PSA from 2020. The video also received a Hermes 2021 Gold Award in the government video category. The Hermes Awards honors creativity and excellence in traditional and emerging media. Leisure Services, Jim Ferguson was named the GRPA District 7 Facilities and Ground Professional Award. Dee Dee Dunphy received an award from the Georgia Association of Museums for the cut and paste exhibition that launched at the Linden House Arts Center recently. And the Georgia Recreation and Parks Association recognized several Leisure Services employees during its district awards banquet in October. Jim Ferguson, Kent Kilpatrick was presented the prestigious Roy Hammond Award, which recognizes recreation professionals whose careers have been devoted to developing youth leaders, mentoring professionals, increasing program opportunities, and improving facilities. And as you can imagine, that is one of those few awards that they give to really distinguished professionals, and I think that Kent was caught by surprise on that one. Emily Mann received an Athletics Aquatics Network Distinguished Professional Award. In elections, Charlotte Sosby received the Community Service Award from the Northeast Georgia Business Alliance for her dedication during the 2020 elections. And the last area I want to talk about was public safety and criminal justice. Our police officers in the motors unit, and that's motorcycles, took home a number of top awards in the 2021 Georgia Police and Fire Games. Joey Lewis, Dustin Tilley, and James Trotter placed first, second, and third in the novice fairing type of motorcycle category. Jonathan McIlvain achieved second place in the novice windshield type of motorcycle category, and Mike Wood achieved first place in the intermediate windshield category. Dustin Tilley also achieved first place in the challenge ride, and even though he had to compete in the novice category since he had never, ever competed previously, Joey Lewis was named Mr. Rodeo with the best score among all levels, beating officers with over a decade of experience. And two other ones here. Juvenile court, The Family Treatment Court employees were awarded by the Council of Accountability Court judges. Rochelle Gibson received the Special Assistant Attorney General of the Year Award. Sandra Moore received the 2021 Case Manager of the Year Award. And Danny Stevens received the 2021 Honorable Tommy Day Wilcox Leadership Award. And finally, and this is not an exhaustive list of awards, but State Court Judge Chuck Auslander received the 2021 DUI Court Leadership Award at the Annual National Association of Drug Court Professionals Conference. I appreciate y'all letting me take a few minutes to read through that, but what I want you to take from that, and hopefully are the folks that are still listening or will watch this, is that this is across the spectrum, y'all. We have an incredible staff of professionals that are at the the leading edge of especially here in the state, of what they're doing in their respective professions. And so at the end of this year, I just want to be thankful for everything that they do and your support of them through the budget and the direction you provide this government. Thank you, Mayor. That's my report.
Thank you, Manager Williams. I appreciate you highlighting all the great work that happens right here in this organization. And thank you to all of those folks, a lot of folks who didn't receive awards, but we know they're working really hard for this community every day. So thank you. All right, I'm going to see if Attorney Drake has anything this evening.
I just wanted to give the Mayor and Commission an update on our application for the grant from the CBDG grant for the food bank expansion. We learned today in a communication from the Northeast Georgia Regional Commission Director Eva Kennedy that DCA is requesting now that we place that property, rather than us holding title to it, that we work with an authority. And the reason for that is because you'll recall in that MOU at the end of 5 years, we were going to give that facility back to the food bank. And in order for us to do that, if we own the property, we would have to bid it out to the highest bidder in order to do that through state law. If we allow an authority to hold title to it, that can be done. You'll recall that we're not putting any money into this. We're just going to be receiving the grant and administering it. And ultimately, the food bank is making the local match and all of that. So we're not any expenditure. But I think, so what that does mean, though, is that they're requesting that that Mayor Gertz submit us extension for being able to submit the grant, the necessary agreements to do this. And that'll have to go out by Friday. And then we'll come back to you at the first meeting in January to get you to execute an intergovernmental agreement with an authority. And we really just learned this today, so we'll be trying to find out which authority to work with, either the Development Authority or the new Joint Development Authority. I want to give everybody an update on that, and that we'll be working with staff to do that. And you feel like we need any to amend that to get your authority to do that extension, or is that more of an administrative thing?
So we'll be conveying property, is that correct?
Well, no. Actually, if you'll recall, we don't own the property. They're going to be purchasing it. We were helping them facilitate the purchase of it. If we get the grant, we were going to purchase it. They want to purchase it in the name of the authority, though, instead of purchase it and put it in the authority's name rather than our name.
Thanks. Well, and of course, we have the opportunity to have any formal action just a week from tonight.
Well, we got to get that extension filed by this Friday, though. So, if you want to amend the agenda, add and authorize you to file for the extension, we can do that tonight, Mr. Mayor. Or if, I'm not sure, technically it doesn't bind us or anything, it's just giving us more time. We're asking DCA for more time to submit this documentation.
What would you recommend, Attorney Drake?
Well, out of abundance of caution, I wouldn't mind, I think out of abundance of caution, to amend the agenda to add an item to give you the authority to request an extension from DCA might be a good idea.
So moved to amend the agenda.
Under suspension.
Under suspension of rules.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
All right, motion for suspension of rules, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, the
Motion
motion,
in the agenda to handle the DCA grant
Extension request.
extension request.
Second?
all right, motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Parker to amend the agenda, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, and then the motion would be to grant me the authority to
request an extension for DCA to submit the required documents for applying for the grant for the food, on behalf of the food bank.
I move to request an extension for DCA to get the application done properly.
Second.
All right, motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Link. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you all for trusting me with that opportunity. All right, we're going to go around. We'll actually start with District 1, one with District 10.
All righty. Piggybacking off of Blaine Williams, all ACC employees received a bonus December 3rd. If you'd like to share some of that holiday joy and Christmas, I take checks of $100 to Patrick Davenport, 301 College Avenue. But thank you for staff for all your hard work. It's well deserved. Congrats to Stephen Bailey. We love you, Crystal Corcoran. Sorry we're gonna miss you, Judge Barron. And I'm sorry I was late today to the executive session. Dead battery, left my phone in a tow. And Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's. That's it.
All right.
Cool, yeah, I would also like to briefly thank Crystal Coburn for her service, and say also to Judge Patricia Barron. And just, we've done a lot of good work this year, and I hope we're proud, because I think we've done an excellent job, and looking forward to much more greatness next year.
Yeah, I just want to thank all ACC employees and give a shout out to all those folks that the manager mentioned who won those awards. And I'm wondering if perhaps there's someplace online that has that full list with links to their specific awards so we can share it with the public. I mean, there's a lot of really interesting work being done out there and interesting organizations that recognize our employees. So that would be really helpful if we could broadcast that. But yeah, I won't say anything else. It's late, but happy holidays, happy end of the year, and thanks to all. And yeah, congratulations. I feel like we did do some really, really good work this year. And thanks to staff for all your ridiculously hard work. I know it hasn't been easy.
Thank you. Commissioner Denson.
Yeah, I'll second the thank you to Crystal for all the work that she's done. Definitely Judge Barron for all the work that she's done. And to all of our staff, and yeah, I'm sorry to find out that the federal government clawed back so much of the bonuses that were handed out, but their work is greatly appreciated. And then just one quick announcement: next Monday, on December 13th, we are having the District 5 Holiday Caroling. It'll be our 4th annual. Everybody here is invited. Come sing some holiday songs. We'll be meeting December 13th, Monday night at 5:30 p.m. We'll be gathering at the Chapelwood Methodist Church parking lot. And everybody's invited. Come have some hot cocoa and sing some Christmas carols.
Nice. Thanks, Commissioner Hool.
How do you follow that merriment? Golly. Big thanks to staff for all the things and many more that Manager Williams outlined. Definitely gonna miss Crystal Coburn. So whoever comes in her stead's got some big shoes to fill, but can't thank her enough for the work she's done to get that office off the ground and running and set up for success in the years ahead. I'll reiterate briefly my same requests I've had for committee assignments, but I guess we'll be given an opportunity to do this again. But living wages, impact fees, and marijuana decrim, the third of which I don't think necessarily needs to go through committee to just act on. The last thing I just want to say, I always appreciate when people stick through our long meetings to share with us things that they think we need to be paying attention to. And I agree that we need to be paying attention to EMS. Commissioner Davenport and I have been assigned to the Theoretical Oversight Committee for the past year and have gotten zero correspondence from anyone on it about if and when it's supposedly going to meet or what it's up to. And I do think that we should be taking a hard look at our contract, because without public oversight or any communication, it draws into question whether we should continue as we have been. And with that, I'll pass it along to my lefty.
Thank you. I would love to go caroling on the 13th, but alas, it is my wife's birthday, so I send my regrets to you, Commissioner Jensen. Perhaps. It's up to her, you know. I can't make that decision for her
You have her
on
call
her
me. You
birthday.
have her call me. I'll call her.
Yeah. So, I do hear the concerns about the EMT as well, and I think we've made some strides by bringing 911 dispatch under one roof. That's smart. Making sure our well-trained fire department staff have tools that they can use to save lives. That's another good idea. So, I'm open to that. And I hope everybody has a wonderful holiday with their family and gets a lot of great rest and meaningful hot cocoa and all that stuff. So, thanks, everybody.
It's been a long meeting. Thank you, Crystal. Congratulations on your retirement, Judge Barron. Thank you, staff. I'm glad you read all those things. We have a wonderful staff, and it's really wonderful, great to be able to work with them. I have to say a special thank you to the Leisure Service Department and all the work they did organizing our holiday parade. And I know there's a policy being considered for next year, but it sure brought me a lot of joy, fun, happiness, and a stress-free evening riding on the fire truck. I also want to thank all the people who came out for all the different topics tonight, but especially my friends Bob Gadd and Sam Raffel have worked so tirelessly on making EMS an important issue for us here. And I will be following up actually next week. I will be talking with Manager Williams and my fellow commissioner here, Commissioner Houle, to follow up on some of the points they were making about the equipment not being, not having all the equipment on the trucks, and it's actually a pretty low-cost, seemingly easy-to-do item. I know nothing's very easy all the time, but I will follow up, and I do thank them and everyone else who comes to bring issues to our attention. And finally, just, happy holidays to all of you here in this room, and it's been I must be feeling good because it's been a great first year. And it'll be a wonderful next year. Kumbaya. Go for it, Ovita.
Kumbaya. Kumbaya. Okay, Karen. I do appreciate the direction we're heading in, that Crystal's got us going, as far as how we are working in committees, and I think that does have a lot to do with our assistant managers also. So I know that change is hard. Government has always traditionally been bricks and mortar zoning, hardcore stuff. But I think we're turning the curve, that we are becoming more involved with the issues and people. That's new for a lot of people. And I think each of us as commissioners will have to help our constituents to learn or be a part of this. So we need to bring our constituents along with us as we take on this new horizon. Not to say that bricks and mortars and zoning and infrastructure and stormwater is not essential. It's just as important. But I do think that with our last retreats, that we are going in a different direction. I want to thank everybody for their kindness and their time with the issues I've been going on with my family. I appreciate that. My husband appreciates that. My brother appreciates that, and I don't take it for granted. And I will be working with the twins and other people in the community to do a lunch or a brunch for mothers and families who have lost kids through gang violence, giving them a platform. Hopefully this could be something that the local commission could be a part of. I think that we're going to have to speak up and step up and really do something with all the gang killings. And I think bringing these families together may bring the healing. We haven't talked about the gang killings, but it's hitting everybody's district now. So we really got to recognize that. So Merry Christmas to all of you, and I'm sorry for the ones that I've kind of said some ugly things to this year, but you know I love you. So we're going to just have a good next year. Thank you.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Says move, second.
Grinch.
All in favor?
Aye. Oh, I forgot to say aye.
Happy evening.